Hi, good morning. It's stream 230. I'm going to start up my chat bot because I forgot to do that. Enable by the power of the whatever. Chat golem will start in 10 seconds. Well, there we go. Started. Oh, it feels a lot harder today than it was yesterday, but thermometer still says it's 76. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? I'm feeling out of it today. Like, as if it was like 5 degrees warmer than yesterday, but it's not. I wonder if the humidity is different. I didn't look at the humidity yesterday. It's 69% though. One more will be out of the comfort zone, I think. Maybe that's what it is. All right. Today I wanted to... I'm doing okay, Toulouse, except for feel a little out of it. I think it's the humidity. So yeah, today I wanted to devote Fridays to either user interface or sound effects or graphics effects. So combat effects and sound would be nice to add. So this is breaking it down into two things: the visual and the audio. So the visual system, I intend to use this for other things in the future too, like missile weapons. A particle system, basically to draw a tile that is traveling and rotating along any kind of curve. And I was looking this up last night, the mathematics behind Bezier curve, and it's basically what do you call it? A Bezier curve with two control points is just a lerp, or a linear interpolation from one point to another. And then as you go up, you can build these recursively, or you can just use the some binomial expressions, which is way beyond the math that I know, to figure out the coefficients and all that stuff. I'm going to do the recursive approach. But basically, we're going to have the front end take a tile, some control points, and a duration, and when it's told to fire away that particle effect, it's going to basically interpolate through the control points for the entire duration. And I'm going to use that at first. Just I want to have a particle that doesn't move, just that's centered on the an enemy when you hit them, like a little flash effect to let you know that you're hitting them. And then later I'll use this for like missile weapons and that kind of thing. Why is Twitch so laggy when you keep scrolling down for streams? I don't know. Lots of factors that go into that, right? And how you doing, Pollux? Didn't I just see you on Mr. Sir's stream like a few moments ago? Maybe you're on both of them. Maybe that's why it's laggy. You're watching two streams at once. So yeah, we'll try what we can do with that. Maybe not get the control points and Bezier, but at least get this working enough to show a flash for when we hit someone. And then sound effects. I need to figure out actually how to play sounds through Phaser. I know it can be done, I just don't know how to do it. And then I'm going to record some samples of like, you know, something that makes sense for a hit or a miss. And then I want to make a new panel and a new data structure for organizing the sounds together. The front end needs to know the names of the assets to play, so that when sounds are triggered, we compute the volume based on how far away the sound source is, and then select at random one of the samples. I was calling it takes last night, but actually I'm thinking samples might be a better word. Basically, take it and just play it. We were just in chatting section. You kept scrolling. It's laggy after a few scrolls. I don't know. It could be your connection. It could be Twitch's server is just under a lot of strain. I don't know. Who knows? So many variables. I don't even want to guess. Anyways, yeah. What was I learning the other day? Have you guys heard of this term, radical acceptance? You just have to say, well, it's reality. Hey, Twitch is laggy today. Just have to accept it, I guess. And then decide what we want to do about it. Or what can we do about it, right? Okay, so the particle system. I'm going to, I think I'm just going to introduce this, the game event, and we can do it in the attack system where we actually hit enemies. We can basically request a particle to be fired. Maybe not fire. Call it particle. Game event. And then my idea was it would only be told to clients that are within range of the path of that particle. So I'll take, just as a crude approximation, take the bounding box of the control points and see if it intersects the bounding box of the camera. And if it does, then tell that camera about the event and let that client figure out how to draw it. So it would need to know the tile, these things, tile, the path, and the duration. So I think we'll just start with making a test for this. Let me get my bearings here. Test. ECS test. I guess when we're talking about cameras, it's part of the rendering system, isn't it? So a new test in the rendering system. It would be particle in range. Well, let's have two cameras. Particle. And we'll make two cameras, one that's in range and one that isn't. And we'll do a fire the particle effect and see that it should send the feedback for one of them and not the other. All right, so camera 1. We're gonna put it at 0, 0. Sure. Now for the range thing, I gotta take into account the max range for rendering. Do I have that up here, or is it a game constant? Game constants. Oh, it's not here. Where would it be? Where would it be? 3PO. Where could he be? Hey there, Clayman. I'm doing okay. I'm feeling hot. I think, yeah, we're at 69% humidity here, so we're at that edge of that comfort zone where it starts to get too muggy. Hey there, meme clear bombs. So yeah, I wonder if Twitch is lagging about the notifications too. I try to start nowadays at exactly the top of the hour. And maybe it takes like 5 to 10 minutes for it to start telling people that I'm actually streaming. Super hot there. For me, it's not super hot, it's just getting on the edge of muggy. Of being too humid. So I'm like, I don't really feel like working right now. Yeah, you're breaking heat records. Yeah, I hope you have some kind of comfort. Like AC or I always think of a ice water soaked bandana. That's what I would do if I was stuck in the heat. As long as it wasn't too humid. Yeah, there's I'm looking for a constant right now about range, max range for a camera. What would it be? Can see. Max view distance, that's what it is. Why is it sitting there? That's weird. Anyway, those are the constants I gotta keep in mind. Let me make a bookmark for that. Go back here. Let's make a bookmark for what I'm working on here. Alright, so camera 1. And then let's make a camera 2. Camera 2. And let's put it 1 square away. And then take into account the max view distance X is 9, so if I put one camera, if I make the event at X equals 10, right? It'll be within range of camera 2 but not camera 1. Is that right? If that's the middle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so it's inclusive. So if the camera's sitting here, I put the event at 10, 0 out here, it would be not within range of camera 1. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a particle effect at 10, 0. So I don't need a character or a tile. So we do the initial update to fill the camera, and then the act would be to invoke a the rendering system, and the type would be particle. And here we have to give a tile. So tiles, these numbers don't really matter. This has to be something. Tile set. Let's fill in the whole word. Tile set and then tile. 16. And then what did I say I wanted? Effects and sound. Yep. So we're doing the particle effects first, and then the sound effects, if I can get to that. Path control points, right? So path. And I'm wondering if I should stick to tile coordinates, or you know what I can do is I can use the floating point numbers. So anyway, this would be JSON array. So the idea why I'm using Bezier is I could use quadratic for a nice parabola for, like, let's say, I was thinking like a pool of lava, like in Minecraft. There's lava blocks. Sometimes they'll eject little sparks, and they'll travel in an arc. You could approximate that maybe with a quadratic, or maybe if that's not entirely realistic, maybe a cubic of some kind. A little spark that like jumps right out of the lava and goes to a nearby tile, right? Just for, just to make it look cool. So I could use the same system just with more control points, and then most of the work would be on the front end side to draw it correctly. So in this particle, I don't really care about the path. So I'm just going to have it be one position. X is 10 and Y is 0. Hey there, A squared. I'm making sure I'm waving at everybody. I need a bot that reminds me, you haven't waved at A squared, or you haven't waved at Clayman, or you already have waved at Clayman. Actually, I like that idea a lot. Let me put this on my notes. It would be cool to have a bot assist in tracking who I've greeted in chat during a stream. Actually, also, it would also be nice to do who contributed points, bits, subs, etc. So I was thinking at the end of the stream, I think it'd be really cool to thank everyone once again for any kind of contribution, and a bot that assisted me in tracking that would be nice. There are probably bots out there, but hey, I like to write stuff from scratch. I happen to have a bot who could probably already track that stuff if I just put some work into it. Okay, the path duration. Let's say a quarter second, right? Okay, so what do we expect? It should be a feedback, right? Feedback. What kind of feedback? A message? Yeah, like one of these. A message to the client to that there's a particle. In fact, I think this entire particle let's do this and make this particle itself a JSON object. Syntax fun. Syntax is fun. There we go. Hey, the rest Ubaka. And now my brain is tracking who I have greeted. My brain can only hold a certain number of people and time spans in my head. Type particle. So we expected to go to one client and not another. You know, I wasn't specific enough in the client IDs. There, now they're specific. So actually, it's out of range of camera 1, but not camera 2. So it should go to camera 2. And there's the test. There's not much in the back end we have to do other than that the rendering system needs to track where cameras are, and given a particle that launches out, it should compute which camera can see it, right? Most of the work is going to be in the front end side. Could make a fun little test projectile. Or maybe I just do the lava thing. The lava thing would be nice to do. Have like a lava system that tracks lava blocks and periodically spawns spark particles. That might be fun to work on as a test for the front end. Yeah, I think I'll do that next, and then get onto some sound effects. And then I'll put them all together as we'll use the particle system to show hit flashes for when someone gets hit. One problem I might have is like with missile weapons, if there's a duration that's non-zero, it might not look realistic to fire the particle at the same moment that the target's hit, because if there's some, it takes like a quarter second to show the missile traveling from the origin to the target. You don't want to show the target actually getting hit until at the end of that particle duration, right? So I'd have to introduce some kind of like delay in the system, like delay recording or showing the hit, like showing the hit points drop from the health meter until after the particle's done. I'm not doing that yet, and I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that. Wow, 102 seconds to link this morning. You ever get the feeling that your computer is just like slower and slower every day for no real good reason? I could say, well, it's just I'm adding more and more code, but I'm not adding that much code that would slow down the link time to that. I wonder if I need to defragment the hard drive or something. Something like that. Run. Fail. Adapt. Okay. Rendering system. You need to know about particles. So at the bottom is the rendering system, right? Yes. Type start, type... Okay, so this is update. I kind of feel like putting this into a switch, or better yet, a table. Would it look ugly if it was a table? To make it a table, what would I need to do? Let's turn that off. Where is that declared? Oh, that's declared by a macro, isn't it? Rendering. Yes. So if I wanted to split up that rendering system function into pieces, I'd need to declare them separately, wouldn't I? Yeah, like I did for this. So let's do that. I think you would just need to know the the event payload. What do we need for this event other than the type? I guess we don't. Well, for the particle, I will. Game time, is that used? Game time is not used either. So it's just components then. So we would say like rendering start. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Enter dialog. Yeah, do we need components from this? We do. Okay. That settles it. Need the components. And then we have rendering update. And then I'm going to add rendering particle. And that needs to have the event in it. Actually, we could pull the particle out. So we can have components and then just the particle from the event. Hey there, Metal Storm. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? I don't think I documented these. Shame on me. Let me not repeat that mistake. I'll at least document these. So I'll respond or react to the start game event in the rendering system. This, what is this? This is a handle to the outer interface of the entity component systems. All right, and then let's repeat that. A particle has another argument. This is update. This is particle. And then we have a particle. This contains the parameters of the particle to fire in the game. Hey there, Spherus. Wow, everyone's here. It's like a party. Yeah, I gotta do documentation as I'm defining things. Otherwise, I get to this point later where I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot to document these, and I don't feel like going back to do that because it would distract from what I'm doing today. So if I force myself to do them like at the point that I add the function, then it just gets done. It's kind of like chores. Force yourself to do it when it needs to be done. Seppi, how you doing? Okay, these are, I'm basically splitting the rendering system into these pieces, aren't I? So we'll just paste them here. You're doing fine? That's great. All right, there, and then basically splitting that rendering system into 3 pieces. Sort of, I guess you could say I'm refactoring as I'm going. I'm going to say it's allowed because I'm actually adding what I need for this visual effect. So the idea would be that instead of doing these ifs or a switch, I would have a table. So let's see if I can get this without looking at something else. It would be static const. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. Static const, and then I need a structure type. Struct. We could make it anonymous, right? And then we can call it type handlers or handlers. Array. No, I want a map. So I should define the structure first and call it a handler, and then make a map. We have map. Okay. Standard static const map from string to handler. Actually, do I need a struct? It's just gonna be a method, a pointer to method. Yeah, I don't need a struct. It'll be a pointer to method. This is the syntax that always gets me. It's gonna be a pointer to a method of this class. So I think it's return type, then class, then that, and then the name. No, there's no name because it's just a type. Oh, maybe this wasn't in parentheses. Maybe it was like that. Something tells me that that's not right. But the idea is I want to have something like start goes to components impl rendering start, right? And then particle. And then update. Actually, I don't see it when showing me red squiggly, so maybe I got it right. Saron, hello. How are you doing? I am a C++ coder, yes. Parameter. And there's Tim. Howdy, Tim. How are you and your turtles doing today? So we have a couple streamers here. If you haven't seen them before, you should check them out. So Spherus and Tim Baudet are both awesome streamers here on Twitch. Spherus is a Unity dev making her own game, and Tim is a C++ game dev making his games, also his own game engine. So you should definitely check out these two. Forgot the argument types. I did, didn't I? Let's define it. Let's make a using. Using handler equals. I need these two, right? Oh, if I make it a table, then they all have to have the same arguments. So I can't do this thing that I was going to do here. But what if I just make this event, and it can pick the event it needs? This contains the parameters of the game event. And we'll have them all have the same thing, even though these ones don't need it. So then it's consistent, and I can put them in the table. There we go. And then I got to do the same thing down here. Fixing the things. They're missing a syntax marker. There we go. Okay, I'll just do it even though it's just, I just need to change particle to event. And that. All right. So yeah, you're right. I need those type those exactly, right? I think that'll work. Let's let our handy compiler help me out here. Tim is nuts. Well, is it that you're inherently nuts, or is it the your helpers on camera who make you nuts? Hey there, Frederick. Can you play the game? Yes. The link is there. Here it is live. There's no one logged in right now, and there's not much content yet, but you can play around. There's this test area we were building up before we had any of the mechanics in the game, but now that we have enough mechanics, I'm deprecating this zone. This is the doorway out of it. It's a one-way trip. You'll end up eventually in these sewers, which is sort of the tutorial zone. I haven't added lighting yet, so right now everything is lit, but you can imagine these torches will emit some light. But these areas back here will be dark. The tutorial will basically get you caught up to speed on the controls to move and to fight, because these slimes will be getting in your way and attacking you. You have to navigate around here and find your way out to get to this starter town. And my apologies for the poor artwork. We're still working on the art. I'm not an artist, so some of this will make sense. Like this is probably a tree. This looks like a fountain. This looks like water. Yes, it is. And this looks like an NPC. You're correct. But other things like, I don't really like my floor tiles. I think they're too red. Yeah, I need to work on this a little bit. But this starter town has a couple NPCs. You can talk to them. One will heal you, and the other one, if I can find him, he will give you a weapon if you don't have one. This guy. He'll give you a weapon. You can then take the weapon and go back down and fight these guys. They don't drop any loot yet, but we're going to add that soon. I have the mechanics to drop loot, but one problem is that if these guys are stuck in the water, you wouldn't be able to pick it up anyway, so I didn't want to taunt players with loot they couldn't pick up, so I just left it out. Wow, look at that. I'm sorry that your name wraps that way, that your name wrapped around, but thank you for the sub, Blake. I appreciate the support. And wowee, look who's here. It's a Raimi. And I misspelled that. It should have been wowee. I need to make that a shortcut. Yeah, thanks again, Blake. That's totally awesome. So yeah, if you have any questions on what I'm doing, or like if Frederick was asking how do you play the game, I have links for a lot of things, or I can go into more detail about what's what. This is a multiplayer game, so the game logic is happening on a server, and you play it through the browser, so there's always going to be a connection between your browser and the game. And let me open up incognito window, just so that I can show this without leaking any keys and that kind of thing. I'll just show you what it looks like when you log in. I'm going to log into the test environment so that it's okay to show keys and stuff like that. So the login sends your password. You get back in the status of logged in with a persistent login token, and then all the other messages are things like sprites showing you what needs to be drawn here, and what's in your inventory. So it shows that I have a sword and some money and some food. And then whenever these NPCs walk around, the server's going to tell us that one of these sprites it told us about is now moved to a different position. And, you know, there's all sorts of stuff goes between the client and the server. When I actively move my character around in the world, messages are going from the client back to the server to change the input keys. And the server is saying, well, an S means to move south or down. W means move up. That kind of thing. And when I attack, those are yet more messages. So if I scroll down to show you that. Oh, I don't want to die. Where's my attacks? Here I was attacking direction A. You swing and you miss. The monster strikes at you but misses. So yeah, all these are JSON messages. Chrome's developer tools are really nice in that you can break down any JSON message into its structure, and to make the game perform better in the future, this will probably turn into a binary format. It'll be harder to debug but more performant. But right now it's really nice. You can actually reverse engineer this really well, and I've had a few viewers make bots for my game because of seeing how easy it is to interact with the server. Happy Friday. Have you told the golem you wanted to kill him? Hey there, Cthulhu. Yeah, the golem is the chat bot that is right now it doesn't do much other than he handles my chat commands, and he's also copies chat from VIPs and above into the game. And he has a little grudge with Cthulhu because Cthulhu made a joke at the golem's expense. And is it over WebSocket? Yeah. That's why when you mouse over it says WSS, that's WebSocket secure. So it's WebSocket over transport layer security, which is important because if the first message we sent contained our password and we didn't use transport layer security, then a man in the middle could figure out what our password was. So we wouldn't want that, would we? So it's all over SSL, and certificate is checked and all that. It has to pass and all that before you can get a connection. And on top of that, it's all WebSockets. You didn't see that? Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, I didn't get this right. I was thinking I'm missing something. Is it? I wonder if it's that I have to do. Sometimes you have to add address of. I wonder if that's it. I think that was it. To this day, I don't understand why sometimes pointers to functions you have to say address of, and sometimes you don't. One of those things in C++ I still haven't figured out. Anyway, I'm trying to change these ifs into just looking it up in the table, so let's do that now. I would do, with the type, I would say const auto handler equals handlers find type. If handler, let's call this handler's entry actually, because it's an iterator. If that is equal, well, let's say not equal to handlers. What if it's not? Do I just ignore it? Just return? Oh no, I want to do this extra stuff, don't I? Oh no, that's all update. It's okay. I can just say if it's equal to handler's end, return. That means it's an event we don't handle. Then otherwise we're going to call handler's entry second. And then there's a way to do, it's like doing that. No, it's the other way around. It's this, that, and then you have to put that in parentheses. Then pass the arguments, right? So, or is it? Can never remember the syntax for this. Is it that? And then do I not need these parentheses? Maybe I need both of them. Anyway, it's components event, right? Chickens. What was the C++ question? Why do I need these address of? Sometimes you need these and sometimes you don't. To change the name of a function into a pointer to the function. I've noticed that sometimes you can get away with just doing that, but sometimes it's. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say you need it if it's a member of a class, but if it's a global function like printf, and just imagine for a minute that the printf's prototype matches the handler type, then you don't need the address of, and it seems inconsistent to me. Anyway, that was the question. Auto, yes. Don't you still need to put auto to avoid making a template var? Well, this is making me an iterator. And this is... it's converting... this is a temporary, right? Well, it's kind of hard to see, but this is a JSON value, and when I cast it, it's my way of saying I want to parse the JSON value as a string, or I wanted to interpret it as a string. So it's going to return a temporary, so it wouldn't make sense to make an address of the temporary, so there's no reference there, no reference there, because this is an iterator. And that's one reason why I use auto a lot, is I can mouse over it and see that, yes, that's a variable, and this is a JSON value, and this is an iterator. Otherwise, I would just fill in the type completely and it would be more obvious. I'm a little auto crazy, if you haven't been able to see that. Handler is standard function. No, I'm just using a C pointer to method, or C. I guess it's not C because it's pointer to method. It's just a plain old pointer to C++ method. Type obvious is what you prefer. Yeah. So I think I err on the side of it being a little bit, using auto a little bit too much, and so sometimes it's not obvious. To me, it's like, okay, I know that that's a map, and I know find returns an iterator, so I know that that's an iterator. But, you know, maybe I'm making too big of a leap. Anyway, that is going to call a correct code if I move these into the functions I set aside. So that's start. And then this is all update. And then I haven't done particle yet. Particle man. Doing the things a particle can. What's he like? It's not important. So these are lines from They Might Be Giants songs. Just pop into my head. All right, particle. I have this test set up that I did earlier, and it sets up two cameras, one at 0, 0 and one at 1, 0. So one's right within range of the particle effect, and the other one is not. And then I set up a particle, and I say to the rendering system, particle this. There's the particle. It's draw this tile set along this path, and with one control point, it's not even linear. It's a fixed position for a quarter second. The idea is if I had more points, it could be with 2 points, it's a linear interpolation, linear Bezier. 3 points, it's a quadratic Bezier. 4, it's a cubic Bezier, and so on. I really like Bezier functions, although I'm not very good at the math. I have a reference just in case I need it. All right, so we expect that the rendering system will send a message to just this client 16, which is in charge of camera 2, because it's within range. 1, 0 is within range of 10, 0. It's within 9 blocks, right? So this is what we have to actually generate in the rendering particle. I have to go through all the cameras, basically, and see if the particle's path's bounding box intersects the camera's view bounding box, and if so, generate the message. We can actually pre-generate the message, right? Except for the server and client. Yes. Yeah, so kind of like construct this and get ready to send. Yeah, exactly. Construct the message, and for all cameras within range, send it. So it's just the middle part that's different, right? So this will be a particle. The particle is just carried from the event. Event particle. And then, why is it not like that? There's no member server ID. Really? What did I get wrong there? I copied it from someplace legitimate. Oh, because this is something else. Server client identities. Okay, I think it's second dot. No? Oh, first. Yeah. Okay. The cameras are a lookup. I should just click on it. Cameras is a map between server client identities and camera metadata. Server client identity has the which server the client is connected to, and then the ID of the client. So that's what I want. I want that identity. That's how we say who we're sending the message to. We send the message. So this will send it to all cameras. This will be a step towards it. I want to see it at least fail a different way. You do use auto for loops, iterators, well, it makes clear sense. Yeah, so you're probably more wise in how you use auto. So there's a spectrum, right? Some people don't use auto at all. Some people like me are just crazy and use auto all the chance we get. Other people are wiser and do it in moderation, right? It's quite easy math if you know linear interpolation. Yeah, so the way I was planning to do it, because what is it? Oh, let me pop up the Wikipedia article. When it gets into the math, what scared me was the binomial coefficients. I'm like, what the heck? What the heck is this thing? I can't even highlight it. How come I can't highlight it? Like the n over I. So what I chose to do is, when I saw the word recursive, where was it? Recursive definition. I started salivating because I can do recursion. Exactly. So the recursive definition of a Bezier curve, and this is a little hard to read, but it essentially says order 1 or order 0? Bezier is just a static point. And then the next order is linearly interpolate between the two, the next lower order. So let's say if it's 1, it would be P0 P1 equals B P0 plus B P1 with the these are the lerp coefficients, right? T and then 1 minus T to linear interpolate between the two. And then so the next one, it would be P012 is P01 plus P12 linear interpolate between that. So me being weak in math, but okay with recursion, because I'm nuts, that it really appealed to me. So that's the way I'm planning to do it. Then my brother's a lot better at math, will poke fun at me, saying that's horribly inefficient that you're using recursion. Why can't you just figure out the binomial coefficients? When you figured out that it was just several linear interpolations, it blew your mind and made it very easy. Yes, sort of had the same experience. It's like, oh wow, you're just doing a lerp over a lerp. And it's like, wow, I want to see it work. We'll have some cool quadratic Beziers for lava generated sparks soon. But first I need to get this running. Go back to the test, and what I expect to see is that we get a message from both cameras now. And it didn't link once, so it dropped out of my test explorer. I got to refresh to get it back. All right, now I can run this. Cool. So we are getting feedback. We're getting feedback for both. Basically, this is going to client 15, and this one's going to client 16. This is the one we expected to see the particle on, this is the one we didn't. So the only difference between it passing and failing now is that we need to make sure it's only given to cameras that could see it. So we need to compute the bounding box of the particle and then the bounding box of every camera and see if they intersect. So let's do the particle first. So you know, it'd be convenient just to make a bounding box class. Wouldn't that be convenient? And we can reuse that thing. I could put it here and then for now and then move it to somewhere more permanent later. Let's just imagine we had a bounding box and we call it particle bounding box. And then we have particle bounding box. Well, we're going to loop through all of the path points. So the path points were in the particle. Where is it? Here it is, path. It's a JSON array, and every JSON object has an X and a Y in it. So we need to get the path is event particle path. And then for size ti, 0 I is less than path, get size. I don't have iterator protocol for my JSON arrays yet, so I just do a old school loop. Particle bounding box update. I'm just inventing these now. Update would be like update the bounding box. So we would want like the different coordinates, right? So interpret as an int. Path, let's get the point is path I, right? And then so that's point X and interpret as an integer point Y. Okay, now let's imagine that the camera has the same thing. So camera bounding box. And then we're essentially going to add the 4 points to it. So update the camera, second, it has coordinates, right? X, there we go. And Y, but I want to do this with 1 is to the top left. So that's, and I made a marker this so I can get back to it quickly. Max view distance X. And then Y, right? And then the other 3 corners, so plus and then all pluses. And then we'll just simply say if they intersect or not. So if this intersects this, then give the feedback. So that's all well and good, but we need to make this class. I'm going to just put it in the same file for now, and later I'll probably promote it to go into some utilities library, since it sounds really useful, right? Class bounding box. So update is going to enlarge the bounding box to hold the point you pass it, right? So if I passed 4 points to a rectangle, now the bounding box is the rectangle. If I pass 3 points of a triangle, the bounding box will hold the triangle, like the smallest rectangular area to have the triangle, that whatever points you put, that's the idea. So the idea with the Bezier is most of the time the points in the Bezier curve, the path points are outside the curve. Where's a good example of that? Okay, so this is a poor example, but you can imagine that the bounding box was no larger than, like the path's bounding box is no larger than the bounding box of the control points, right? It's just that it's the bounding box for the control points is going to be a little bit larger than the path. I'm okay with a little bit larger. What I'm not okay with is if the control points bounding box is smaller than the path's bounding box. That means some cameras might not see the particle at all when they should. But I think in most cases, the control points bounding box is going to always it's usually going to contain the path. I don't know if I can prove that though. It would be cool if someone could, someone knew or could prove that the control points bounding box always contains the full path. Then I'd be safe, right? And even better than that is if there was some clever way to compute the path itself's bounding box. I don't know how to do that without, like this is showing, iterating through the entire curve and adding all of those points to the bounding box. I think that's a waste of time. The path control point bounding box I'll accept that as like a crude approximation. So we'll need to have, obviously, two methods, right? We need to have update. So update. Maybe I make this more generic in the future, I don't know. We'll have intersects. Bounding box other, right? And that's a bool. I just want to do that to see if it'll compile. It's not going to work, but it should compile, right? Yay. Okay. So to make it actually work, we need to hold on to essentially left, right, and I shouldn't use 0, should I? If there's no points at all, actually, you know what I'll do is we'll have a bool empty. And I'm going to use this convention I like where it is a trailing underscore, kind of like I do for impl. Where do I show that impl? Use it everywhere, right? The trailing underscore means it's a member, a private member of the class. I used to use leading underscores until I learned that if you do something like that, it's technically not allowed in C++ because the standard, the great standard of C++, the ISO standard, says that the language reserves names that start with an underscore and a capital letter. Don't know why. You can get away with it with a lot of, if not all, at least most compilers. But when I read that, I'm like, yeah, okay, we'll steer clear of leading underscores. I also learned that trailing underscore is an old convention, and I'm getting old, so I feel like I'm now in the club of using trailing underscores for privates. Is it not 2? I think definitely 2, but I read somewhere that even a single underscore followed by a capital letter is reserved. Should I look it up to make sure? Well, I'm not sure. I like to look things up so I'm not completely a fool. C++ leading underscore capital letter. Let's see what Bing says. Yeah, reserved in any scope, including for use as implementation macros, identifiers beginning with an underscore followed immediately by an uppercase letter, or containing adjacent underscores. So there you go. From the 2003 C++ standard. So yeah, at some point I read that. And I'm like, oh, well, I better steer clear of both of those. Going down badly there soon. Oh, because it's so hot. Uh-oh. Is it Armageddon, Raimi? Probably just going to be a hot... Is it going to be hot hail? Remember that from the Flash Gordon movie? That's what you made me think of just now. The rolling thunder, it's hot. Yeah, you have fragments of moon rock falling from the sky soon. 24? Oh, thank you, FP Chesta. I can say that I'm more like double that, but not quite. I don't want to say my exact age. Yeah, anyway, I steer clear of leading underscore for those reasons. So trailing underscore is just fine, right? Top, or left, right, top, and bottom. All right, so update would be if empty, well, I guess we can just say else, right? What am I doing? This goes inside there. If empty, empty's false, then we just say left equals right equals x. Top. I'm having trouble spelling today. I need to slow down in my typing. Okay, now if it's not empty, then... Oh, thanks for the follow. Then I'm going to use our good friend algorithm. You know what algorithm has? It has min. Standard min. Left x. Right equals standard max. Right x. Top. Standard min. Top. And I'm not slowing down enough, am I? Bottom underscore. It's the underscore. It's hard for me to type today. Bottom y. All right, now intersects. That is a little bit more difficult for me. But there's a classic algorithm in computer graphics. I really should get better at this. To know if two rectangles intersect. I think it's that two things have to be true. But I don't remember what they are. It's like the AABB test or something like that. Let's look it up. AABB test? No, that's not it. How about just rectangle intersect? Yeah, there was like a fancy name for it. I just don't remember. It's used in collision detection a lot. I thought it was AABB. Collision. I really want to find the term that I've seen before. It wasn't AABB. Oh, here we go. That's between a triangle. Axis aligned bounding box. That's what AABB stands for? Ah, thank you. Essentially what I want, right? Although I guess I don't need such a fancy term. I can just use what the first test result here that I had found, right? This one. If left is less than right and right is less than left and top is greater than bottom and bottom is less than top. But don't you have to sort it? If any one side is between the two other sides, right? This is a long-winded answer. Is this just the proof? Yeah, this is the explanation. I don't need the explanation. I just need the code. I'm an impatient programmer. Sort. You need to sort to ensure the top is the top and such. Let me think about this in my head. So this one would work if, like, A. Okay, if A is a little bit to the left of B, right? What if it's the other way around? What if B is to the left of A? Then A left. Actually, it would still work, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would still work. It one helps to draw on paper and paint, yeah. I'm gonna just trust it. So it would be return. Left is, yeah, less than the other's right, right? And right is greater than the other's left. Yep, and then the top greater than bottom. Greater than? Wait a minute. Yeah, that's increasing from bottom to top, so that's why it looked weird to me. For me, the top is less than the bottom, so it's the other way around. Less than other, bottom. And bottom is greater than other, top. Right? Just copy the code. Well, I did detect that there's a difference. This is increasing from bottom to top. In mine, it increases from top to bottom. So I need to flip the top bottom conversions around. Note to all users with edit authority: please stop fiddling with this. Someone's a little irritated at the editors. I haven't seen that before in Stack Overflow. I haven't seen that before. Anyway, this should work, right? No, it didn't work. Nothing intersected, so I have some bug. Let's see what my bug is. It would probably be in that intersect, so I'm gonna go, actually, it was right there, intersect. Let's put a breakpoint and just debug it. The quickest way to solution is just run the debugger sometimes. All right, what is our bounding box? This is the particle itself, and then the other one, we don't need to see that. -9 to 9, -7 to 7. Okay, this would be out of range. Oh, I need to do equal, less than or equal, don't I? Because they're integer positions. Yeah. Yes. The condition was for corners, not for if you know the top bottom. Oh, no, I thought it's this would work only as is only if the top is greater than if rect A top is greater than rect A bottom. In other words, that it increases from bottom to top. But mine is flipped. My coordinate system is flipped around. Yay. All right. So I think that's all I need to do, unless I want to make one for a particle that's traveling over clipping a rectangle. But then I could just make a unit test for bounding box for that, right? I should comment this while have the chance. This represents a rectangle formed. Well, this represents a rectangle. This represents the smallest rectangle that contains all of the points added to it. All right. Add a point to the bounding. Add a point to the bounding box. This is the I hate making it specific. It really should be generic. There should be like n number of coordinates. It should be n dimensional, right? But yeah, I'll work on that later if I want to. This is the horizontal coordinate of the point. Just writing this documentation is reinforcing the fact that this is too specific, and I really should make it a generic, right? All right, and then this one. Determine whether or not the bounding box intersects another bounding box. It's the other bounding box. Indication of whether or not this is returned. Easy peasy. Documentation done, unless I want to document these, which I probably should. This indicates whether or not the bounding box is devoid of any points. Sort of a weird way to put it, but that's I'm a weird person, you know. I would argue it would be wasted effort to implement an ND bounding box since you are making a 2D game, not a game engine. Yeah, but if in the future I want to reuse this for 3D, I'd have to add a Z coordinate, right? And that's probably what I would do, is I would have front and back a Z coordinate, right? This is the horizontal coordinate of the left left. I guess I don't want it to be self-defining. Horizontal coordinate of the. This is the minimum horizontal bound of the box. There we go. Bounding box and all that, right? This is the maximum. This is the minimum vertical. And the maximum vertical. There we go. You shouldn't worry about 3D at the time since it's way different from 2D. Well, but with bounding boxes, the only difference is that we add a third dimension, which is front and back. All of this logic stays the same. We just extend it with 2 more conditions, right? And then 2 more here and here. And then 1 extra coordinate. Like, I could add it now and default the Z to 0. In fact, I could do something like this. And it'll still work, wouldn't it? I'm not going to do that, though. I'll do that later when I need it. How about that? You ain't going to need it? What's that? You ain't gonna need it, Yagni? Only do it when you actually need it? Alright. Still runs. Okay, so I think we're done with the back end. Time for front end stuff? So... Oh, wait a minute. How are we generating these particles? From the Lua game systems, right? So then we're set. I just need to have the Lua systems generate the right particle. Okay, we can do that next. Even though it won't show anything, we can verify it actually works. So, not that window, but the other one. Where is it? Oh, I don't have a window up for it. Localhost GM side. So, snapshot and stop the server, and then start it again. Yeah, NanoBlit, how's it going? I do eventually want to make a 3D part of this game, because one of the core principles of the game is that there will be subtle to radical changes to the UI as the player moves from one world to another. So, pulling examples from other games, I think it was in Mario Galaxy, you could go between 3D Mario and 2D Mario. And before we get to 3D, we'll do something a little bit easier, which is we can go from a 2D grid to a hex grid. So it's still 2 coordinates, but the basis vectors aren't like this anymore. They're like that. If you know what I mean from a hex grid. And then from those basis vectors, if they're tilted, then the other direction is just adding the 2. And it's sort of like a pseudo third dimension, but it's allowing travel along a special kind of diagonal is a way to think about it, right? So I'll probably do that first, and then 3D is really just introducing a third coordinate and then changing the rendering system to use 3D models instead of tiles. I don't know what it'll be. Was it something in Super Paper Mario? Yeah. So that's what I want to do for my game to make it stand out, is that when you travel from one world to another, have something in the UI change. Yeah, we might use something like Three.js for something like that, yeah. So we'll get there. Probably next year at this rate. That UI glitch still happens. Alright, so let's make something to generate a particle. Let's actually make the lava. I think I already have it in the tile set, right? No, I didn't make a tile for it. Let's make lava. Whoa. That's interesting. Huh. That's an interesting bug. It was when I added a tile. Anyway, is it gonna crash every time I hit add? I should probably fix it then, right? Figure out what it is. Because now I won't be able... Oh, it does. It is letting me do an add. I really don't want to debug that. Debugging is for Tuesdays. Rather just charge through this. Okay, so change that. Actually, I only need one tile. Let's update that. Wow, so every time I reload, it's going to do that? VR, yeah. Maybe. Okay, we'll remove that. Wow, every time I hit an update, it's going to freak out on me. I only need to do one more update, though. I need the lava to scroll. And the rate would be, let's do 1/2 of the rate that water scrolls. That's 16,000. Update. Oh, yeah. I don't want to get distracted by that. So one more change. Make it scroll. And what's its movement? It's like land. Okay, I've charged through it. Now I'm done. Let's add some lava somewhere. Let's not put it... Actually, this one was a player barrier, right? I don't want the monsters to go in there, but so let me make a monster barrier. How do I do that? I don't have a monster barrier, do I? I can make a teleport that only play... Okay, I can make one of these. Let's teleport to 3, 4. And then... how did I make this one so that NPCs can't get teleported? P true for player, right? I never did go back and add that to this editor. Update. So now I should be able to step there, but NPCs won't be able to. I need to fix that bug before I deploy it, otherwise everyone will get that error. Okay, cool. So let's paint. I just wanted to attach it to this cavern, but not have... Oh, that got broken, obviously. He should not be able to walk on mountains. I better fix that before they all escape. Wait a minute. How did he walk there? What's going on? How did he... He stepped on a mountain. How did he do that? They're all 8. The tile still has access 8. Okay, anyway, let me make a way back. Anyway, yeah, a way back. It's 2, 1, 3. Paint something there. One, 3. Okay, good. And then I can't walk on mountains. How did that guy step on a mountain? That's gonna haunt me now. It only happened once. I wonder why. Wonder how it happened. Anyway, I'll have to look back at the VOD and see what was going on there. I wanted to make this like a neato little cavern, a little lava area. Like, add some lava down here. And then we can like walk right up to it, right? And I want to have these generate particles every once in a while. Yeah, the tiles got messed up. It's some kind of bug in the JavaScript side. Never be able to reproduce it? You mean the guy standing on the wall? Yeah, who knows how that happened. Who knows? It probably won't happen again, right? I'll probably watch these guys all day and they'll never step on the wall. Anyway, let me introduce a game system that works with lava. So that's tile number 9. Or should I just have it, I can have it cache all the tiles that are lava in Lua, right? Okay, I can't really think of a clean way to do it because I might add lava tiles and the system wouldn't see me add them. I think I'll just cheat and have a fixed, I'll have a fixed position in this zone, generate particles. Yeah, I added the tile animation so that you can have a scroll effect. So I basically set lava, so lava can scroll and its period is 16 seconds, whereas the water is 8. So basically if I set the period to longer, it's slower to scroll. Oh, well, thank you, Malvex. I want to do that. That sounds cool, adding logging for temperature and humidity and getting a graph out of it. So it's like your own little mini weather station then. I want to do that. I actually have a wet Raspberry Pi sitting around somewhere. I just need the sensors and then some time to hack it in there. You know, just so I don't forget, let me mark these tiles. So then I'm like, oh, to get back, I gotta step there. So my own little private area that NPCs can't get to. All right, let's add a game system. So let's pick an existing system like Regen and call it lava. The lava system. Weather station, but basically unlimited history and aggregation is soon. And soon for every room in my house. That's awesome. Yeah. You know what I need Raspberry Pi for? To turn the lights out after 3 minutes of no one being in the bathroom. Because my kids just will not figure out and learn how to turn the lights out when they're done using the bathroom. That's one of the things I do every night now before I go to bed. Got to go through the entire house, turn off all the lights in the bathrooms and all the other rooms. Kids leave them all on. I had a Raspberry Pi that just turned off lights after detecting no motion for 5 minutes during certain periods of time, like between midnight and 5 a.m. or something. Then I wouldn't have to go around the house turning off lights. That would be awesome. Okay, so this is how we hook into the game systems. There's the system functions, and we can plug something in. So let's plug in lava. And I don't know, let's say every 5 seconds or something. In fact, let me make it nice and configurable here. Period. And then I can say period there. Yeah, because I'm not sure how to keep a list of lava blocks, we'll just hard code it right now. We'll generate a particle from a 9.7. So starting at 9.7. Actually, you know what? I could hard code some points and just have it randomly generate, right? Yeah, let's hard code some points. So origins. And so this will be 11.5. Actually, do I even need to give them names? Or can I just do that? I can just do that, right? And then 9.7. Actually, if I'm going to do that, why don't I just put them all in? 11.6. I'll figure out later how to get this data dynamically. 10.6. So basically make every lava block here a candidate to spawn a particle. This is what it would be like in Minecraft anyway, right? And 9, 7, and 10, 8. Actually, let's just sweep from right to left. So 11 has 2 rows, 10 has 3, 9 has 9, 7, and 9, 8. 8 is 8, 8, and 8, 9. And 7 has 7, 8. All right, and then we'll pick at random. And what picked at random for me before? Did I have that in utilities? Select by chance. Okay, it's something like that. Only I don't have chances in there, do I? I could put chances in here. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna make a smaller version of this here. So we'll say local select origin. Candidates. The table is origins. And I don't know. Actually, it's all even chance, so I don't even need any of this. So it's just origins, math random from 1 to the length of origins, return origin. Yeah, okay. So it's just that. I should probably also make the period somewhat random, right? Yeah, let's have the period be 2. Well, I know what I'll do. I'll have this be a next. So it'd be something like if time is less than next. Actually, then I don't need last. I'll just have next. So if time is less than next, return. Yeah, I can collapse this all to one line, can't I? And then next is time plus math random. And so then period would have 2 numbers in it. So between let's say between 2 and 5 seconds, right? So between 2 and 5 seconds, period 1 and period 2. Yeah, and then here we're going to generate a particle from that origin to, we'll have it go off into a random arc somehow. Hey there, robot guy, or robot 97. Robot 9706 is online. How are you functioning, robot 9706? Remove the origins from line 18. Why did I have that in there? Oh, because it was pulling from candidates before? Yeah, you're right. You are correct, Tim. Wow, you didn't have any points before, Tim? My goodness. Why have I been not giving you any points? Let me give you another point, and I won't feel so bad. You should be scoring points here. Take it out of their toys available for the next day. Yeah, they always forget though. It's like a weak point. Turning off the lights. It's such a petty thing too, so I don't penalize them for forgetting to turn off the lights. I just kind of grumble about it. And I think, I should just automate this. I should just have the lights go off automatically if it's nighttime and no one's in there. Right? I mean, we have that for the side of our house. The motion detector, right? Turns the lights on if there's someone there. Turn the lights off after no one's been there for 5 minutes, right? Okay. So I'm not doing with components of type. I'm selecting an origin. So local origin is select origin. And then we're just, well, let's do then a destination, right? Select destination origin. Try to do this in separate functions so that it's a bit easier to read. So let's just have it, I don't know, arc maybe up to 2 tiles away, maybe. So return origin 1 plus math random from -1 to 1, something like that, and then 2. Yeah. And then to make it look like a nice arc, we want a control point that's like midway horizontally and then a little bit elevated from, I don't know what the right math is. Local midpoint control. Origin destination, right? Oh, this has to be equals function, doesn't it? Hey, Malvex. Malvex is now lurking. Got it. Local that. Just to see this work without particles, let me have it, once it's selected, we'll just do a game message. So game chat, game, to everybody in the game. A spark just jumped from origin. We'll just do the origin for now. Well, do I want all the coordinates? Y equals, and I'm going to want to indent these. I mean, pull these out into different lines, aren't I? 2. Destination with midpoint, with midway control point, and then that's this. And then don't do that. All right. You know what I also forgot to do? I did not include the zone number for the particles. I need to go back and do that, but not yet. I wanna see if this works. So lava. Lava. Edit. Paste. Submit. Temp index and nil value on line 45. Oh, because I didn't fill that in. All right, so the midpoint would be like the average of the two horizontal coordinates, right? So origin 1 plus destination 1 divided by 2. And then the vertical would be like, I guess I would also take the average of the two and then subtract some fixed number, right? So origin 2 plus destination 2 divided by 2, and then subtract some number like 4 to give it a nice upward arc. I'm just guessing here. Let's see. Clear. Didn't error. Okay, from 7.8 to 7.8. Okay, so it might just pop straight up and go back down. I think I'm going to want to increase the frequency of these things. All right, so let's turn that into the message that we want. Comment. And instead, I want a game feedback. Similar to some of these. Yeah, let's just take this. Or do I want... No, I want event, don't I? Feedback and event. It is a particle. Particle is a JSON.array. All right, now I have to copy from what a particle is expected to have here. Tile set. Oh, I haven't drawn the spark tile. I guess we could just make them the lava right now. So tile set equals, what is my tile set? 47 and the tile is 9. Path and duration. So duration, how long should it be? How about a half second? That sounds about right. And the path is expected to be another JSON array. And this will have be made out of a table. It needs to have X and Y, so each one's a JSON object. X equals origin 1, Y equals origin 2. These are the control points, so the midpoint comes next. Then the destination. And that's it, right? So that should come back to the client. Well, once I put this back into the server. Edit, paste, and now it should be coming back through this network connection. Yep, here's these particles, and they are empty. Oops. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, it's, no, oh, wasn't it like, what was it? It is particle. Particle's a JSON object, not an array. There we go. Fixed it, I think. Edit, paste, submit, go back here. There we go. Particle. With the path. So this has all of the information the front end is going to need to draw this particle effect. So that's the last thing. La larva, la lava. La lava, la larva. So it's feminine. Lava is feminine. And this is Spanish we're talking? Is it really lava in Spanish, but feminine? Okay, so it's all down to front end work now. And yeah, I didn't draw a little spark thing, so it's going to shoot off little copies of the lavas right now. It's going to look interesting. Let's do this. So the front end is in player console. The message is in server messages, so particle needs to be added here. On particle. Dispatch actions reflect particle, and we want to form a object with particle in it, right? Particle message. It's dot particle, right? Yeah. Okay, reflect particle. Define action reflect particle. So that it's going to lead into our middleware for the stage. Yes, and like all these other things that require phaser, we delay it if phaser isn't ready yet. If it is ready, we're going to handle it. I have a feeling that I just didn't put it in alphabetical order just now. Oh, no, it's okay. So the action has a particle in it, right? And then we'll need the stage. Oh, I've thought of something else. Something that's wrong in the back end. Not defined. It should be now. When I hit save. Parsing error. Yeah, one thing I forgot about is the coordinates here are world coordinates and not local coordinates. So I need to subtract the camera's position when I post them. I didn't do that correctly. Oh, yeah, I missed out in server messages. That is an syntax error. There we go. Yeah, let me fix... there was two things, right? The zone information isn't correct, or isn't included, and then the coordinates are not local to the camera. So let's include that here. Let's actually put a third camera in a different zone. Yeah, so let's actually use zone identifiers here. So zone 2, right? Let's put the first two cameras in zone 2. The third camera, camera 3, same at position X and Y as camera 2, but in zone 3 instead of 2. And then we'll have the particle, we'll just have a zone, V2. And the feedback we get for the particle is not going to actually be the same, is it? These coordinates aren't going to be the same, so I might as well just not have that particle variable. I have to have two different copies of this. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So that's the particle in world coordinates, and then I need to have the particle in local coordinates to this camera. So it was at 1, 0, right? So this will be 9, 0. And let me bump the y-coordinate just cuz. We'll put it at 3. So that this will be at -3. Right? There we go. You gotta go pay attention to your work. Okay, see ya, Tim. I will enjoy the work as much as I can. Holding at 69% humidity, 77 degrees Fahrenheit. As long as it doesn't get up above 80, I'll still be okay. Right, so the problems are that, what is this? Why is the expectation wrong? Oh no, it's not wrong. Right, the coordinates are not adjusted, but I expected to have it give a report to camera 3. Oh, camera 3 doesn't have a unique client ID. That would explain it. We want the client ID to be unique for every camera. Okay, now I'm getting a report from a camera in the wrong zone. So, let's fix these two things, right? So in rendering... Hey there, 85 Filter, you're back! Wow, I haven't seen you in so long. I hope you're doing alright. We have a lot that's changed, 85 Filter. I don't remember the last time you've been here, but I have videos that are about 15 minutes long each, showing you what I did in May and in June, and then at the end of this week probably, which is tomorrow or Sunday, I'll probably put together the July video. And there's a lot that looks different in the game now. We have animation effects, we have NPCs, we have combat, so I can go back here and fight these guys if I wanted to. Die! Die! And there, we drop some loot. I can't pick it up though because I'm at max stack of gold. And if you see if this still works, if you don't do anything, they fight you back, and if you die, you are dead. You rest peacefully. Now what? It's respawn. I am alive again. So some of this is in the production server, some of it isn't. I established this starter zone, this little town. There are population 2 right now. There's Bob and then there's Pat. Bob hands out swords, Pat heals you. That's about it. There's some sewers underneath the town with some slimes in it. You kind of show up in the world around here and you're supposed to, this is a tutorial level where you're supposed to figure out combat and navigation, and It's all lit right now because I don't have a lighting system, but when I do the lighting system, this area will be dark because there's no torches. This area will be lit a little bit, and over here too. I put a torch here to give you a hint that you should go down there, but you'll go down there and you'll see, oh, I can't get to the stairs because there's the water in the way, right? So you have to figure out, oh, I got to go all the way over around here and then here to get out. So this is the opportunity to introduce to force a lot of events to sort of train the user, the player of the game, right? Hiatus actually reinvigorated you to pursue and continue some side projects? Oh, nice. Hope is well from here. Cool. Glad to hear it. Oh, we have a new player in the game. Who is this? Potato Soup. Okay, Potato Soup. I'm now wary of new players. So until you're unmasked, you can't actually chat in game. But now you can. And if my new policy is, if someone trolls in the game, then I immediately mask or ban them, and then I stop trusting people for the rest of the day. Potato Soup. Oh, you picked a different name before. Got it. Great. So you weren't a new player. What's so special? Okay. We'll accept that name. What's so special? Unmask. This looked like a random troll account, so I left it masked. I think I put in something about change name, please. About that one. You get to learn iOS development. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds fun. All right, back to trying to make lava. The work today is graphic and sound effects. So I had the idea of adding a particle system, and I'm going to use it for, the primary thing was for combat, so that when you hit these guys, you hear like a hit sound. If you miss them, you hear a whiff like you missed. And then a little, if you do hit, show a little like sprite, like a little explosion or hit, or something visually to indicate that you hit. But I thought, that's not really that interesting to test the particle systems like other features, like that we can have them shoot off in different directions. So I'm like, oh, how about having sparks fly off from this lava? So I place this lava here in this room that only I can get into, and we're gonna have them generate and kind of arc in random directions. That's what I'm working on right now. Okay, playing with Skizzers. Have fun at the office. Swift and Objective-C. Actually, it's Swift now. Objective-C is old, right? I don't like Swift. The reason I don't like Swift is that I could not figure out how to get it to work with C. Objective-C can call C just fine, but I couldn't figure out how to do it with Swift. So seeing as how I have a lot of code in C and C++, I couldn't call it from Swift very easily. I'll go back to Objective-C. But there's probably a way to do it. I just don't know what it is. Alright, so to fix the problems that I'm having with the particle system, that was zone needs to be included. And where is it? Rendering a particle, we should skip cameras that are not in the same zone. So let's record what zone it's in. Up here, const auto zone equals interpret as an integer, right? Event particle zone. And then we'll say if the camera's not in that same zone, then skip it, right? If camera second default zone or camera second. So we'll basically not allow particles in the default zone because then I don't need to worry about that special logic. Or if the z is not equal to the zone. Continue. So that should fix one of the two bugs. So camera 3 shouldn't hear about the particle anymore. I did that right. Okay, cool. So we're just down to the other bug where the coordinates of the particle are not camera local coordinates. They are world coordinates. So to fix that, I have to adjust the coordinates in the message. Actually, every point has to be updated, right? So it probably makes sense to do what? To record the original coordinates? Or make a copy, maybe make a copy of the message? Of the where's the feedback? Yeah, I guess we're just making a feedback message for every camera then. And does this do a copy? I need to double check. Does my JSON object initialization list factory do copies or not? Or is it just does, if it just does a reference, then I'm in trouble. Where is my JSON class? Here it is. So this is object. This one. It does a set. What does set do? If the value, it does an assignment by a reference. So that will make a copy, won't it? Copy from, okay, so that's good. So that makes a copy. So within the copy, we want to adjust all of the coordinates. So that's this again, right? So we go into the path. In this case, it's feedback particle path. And we're modifying it, so I don't want const anymore. We're actually modifying it in place. So point 0 minus equal, well, there's no minus equals, so it's equals, interpret as an integer, 0, and then subtract camera second x, right? And the same thing with y. Oh, wait a minute, it wasn't 0, it was x. And y. And then that's y. There we go. So now there are camera local coordinates for every particle. And it didn't work. Why not? Oh, does this not return a reference? That might be the problem. This would be, yeah, I don't think it returns a reference. Well, hold on. Operator bracket. It does return a reference, so is this not modifying it in place? Oh, I think the problem is this double lookup. I got to do something like this. Feedback particle is that. Actually, that's probably not it. I don't think that's it. Yeah, that's not it. It's one of these. I suppose I can just put a breakpoint there and see it. And then I want to look at path. Oh, that's interesting. It's not defined. No, it is. It's just the compiler is confused. The debugger is confused. Now it knows it. Type null. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, it's inside message. Duh. Message. So I should have just jumped to the debugger right away. Now it's working. All right, cool. Snapshot, stop and restart, and now the particles should, two things I should see. The particles should be local to the camera, and then as I move off screen, the particles we should stop seeing the messages about them. So let me verify that. Oh, we're not emitting the zone key from the game system, from the Lava system, are we? These, let's just hard code it. Right here, right? Zone. I need to use the zone that we're in. What zone is Cavern 1? 6862. Zone. Yeah, I should have used all capitals here. I didn't do it though. Okay, I can do it for period. Period. This is not a constant. Origins is though. Origins. There we go. Hey there, Phantasmax. How are you doing? I remember seeing you in another channel. Was it Adam C. Eunice's channel? Maybe? How are you doing? Okay, let's take this code. We're putting this is this test game system that generates lava particles that we're working on. Edit the script, paste, and then I'm mostly focusing on the yeah, here we go. So I'm seeing I'm seeing in the debug particles. They're not drawn yet because we haven't done the drawing yet, but if I move, the local coordinates of these particles should be like greater and greater x values. Yeah, and if I move completely outside of range, I should stop seeing the particles completely. Yeah, and then if I move to a different zone, and now they're so to speak underneath me, I won't see them because we're in a different zone. Okay, cool. So let's move back. They're nice and friendly NPCs, aren't they? So now we should be seeing particle messages every once in a while. There we go. There's one. So the last part of this is actually draw something. Phantasma's fine. Just chilling right now. All right. You think it's so? Don't pay with how do you want me to abbreviate your name? Don't pay. So don't pay. You're saying it's possible to use C and Swift. I couldn't figure it out. I had a specific problem where I wanted to make a Swift front end for some code in C, and I'm like, I can't figure this out. Like I tried with I knew that. Well, I had been using the interface generator. What is it called? Now the name escapes me. There's this popular interface generator that I had been using. Interface generator. Swig. And there was no Swift support for Swig. So I'm like, I guess that means I either have to figure it out on my own or they just don't have, I don't think they have any kind of bindings for Swift yet. But I had been using this for Java and for C#, and it was working out pretty well. And then I'm like, oh, I'm sure it supports Swift. Let me look. Oh well, I guess it doesn't. Wubby. Yeah, don't pay money to Wubby is a long name. And I think we weren't saying Wubby because we didn't want to pay money to Wubby. Anyway, let's make these particles draw something. So that's back in the stage here. What do we do when a particle... I think I want to have a special set of these things. Let me put a bookmark. Let's get rid of some of these other old bookmarks. I don't need them anymore. Okay. Bookmark there, and then let me set up some space for them. Was it here that I wanted to put them? I had tiles. Well played. You mean the Wubby thing? I just remember something that Don't Pay said before about it. How to call C code from Swift. So you found something. Is it going to be something really kludged together, or is it going to be something clean? Really amazing. Really. Just clone the repository. Okay. So it's... Oh, okay. You have to have a bridging header. Okay. Huh. I don't know why I didn't find this before then. Is this new? When was this post made? 2018? That might be newer than when I tried. I think it was like right when Swift came out, which is probably to be expected. I couldn't find anything like this. It was so new at the time. Okay, well, there goes my reason for not liking Swift. Maybe I should give Swift another try then. No, this looks pretty straightforward. You have to make a bridging header, and something like Swig would have a module to do this for you. Maybe they just haven't done it yet. Yeah. All right. 70, we just passed the 70% humidity. Yeah, we're in the frowny face. I have a humidity sensor. It shows the percent, and then it shows a little emote next to it, or emoji. It's either smiley face, neutral, or frowny face. It just changed from neutral to frowny face, saying we're out of the comfort zone. Try it just long enough to find another reason to dislike it, but that's what Apple wants you to use. Actually, that's maybe a good enough reason not to... I don't know. I've been very anti-Apple these days. I think it's scene we're stuffing things into, right? Like scene dot tile dot sprites. Okay, maybe not. Okay, that's where we're putting textures. Wait a minute, is that a bug? That might be the bug. That with the bug where the graphics glitches out when I restart the server. I think there's not. This is the only place. I think that's removing it from the wrong place. See, I don't think it's actually stored there. I think it's just stage tiles. It's not stage scene textures. I think it should be stage tile sets remove. No, that's this. So what does this unload then? Oh no, this is the texture manager for Phaser. Okay, never mind. Okay, where do we do reflect add? Reflect sprite added? There we go. It's stage tiles. Okay, so it is tiles. And it was a map. So what kind of data structure do I want to hold temporary sprites in? I guess it could just be an ordinary array, right? And just every update we'll form a new we'll form a new array, then we remove the ones that have expired from it. You would not like Swift because you hate Apple, but seeing as how you're gonna be an iOS dev now, you love Apple's users' money. Apple deprecating OpenGL is kind of evil. Oh, yeah, they want people to use metal, right? Yeah, the reason I don't like Apple anymore is I really hate how unfriendly iTunes has become. And what there's another reason too. Oh, yeah, their phones are just way too expensive and they removed the headphone jack. My wife hates that. Yeah, iTunes like it used to be okay and now it's like really bad even on Mac. I hate it. It was like it was okay, and then it went through a period where it was okay on the Mac, but on Windows it was a piece of junk. Then finally, now it's gone to be a piece of junk on both Windows and Mac. It took me now to hate iTunes. Well, I don't use it that much, but now whenever I use it, it's just a very unpleasant experience. And every time I have to use iTunes for any reason, I'm like, the next time I get a phone, it's gonna be anything but Apple because I hate dealing with this. Like you have to go through iTunes to load music, right? If it's music you have on your computer. If you can get it through their store, that's the other thing. You either have to use iTunes to load it manually, or you have to get it through their store, or you have to just maybe it's just because I'm too old and crotchety, but I don't like using these newfangled services like Spotify. You young people, you just don't understand. Back in my day, we loaded MP3s in it, and we liked it. Walled garden, yeah, exactly. You remember you returned your first iPod because you hated iTunes? I don't blame you. It's just too closed of an environment. It reminds me a lot of what Windows Mobile was it? When Microsoft Windows Mobile, whatever it is, Windows 10, whatever is first added ARM support, they had such a high walled garden for it that I was in a job where I was supposed to try to get multimedia stuff working on it. I couldn't make it work. It was ridiculous. You couldn't do anything in an app on Windows 10 for ARM unless you had like special root access. Yeah, it was a thing. Yeah, there's a lot of things they did wrong with mobile support for Windows. Okay, anyway, I'm getting way off track. I think I just want particles. And I'm just going to make it a simple array, and we're just going to add to it on here. So stage.particles. To mutate an array to add. I should know this, shouldn't I? Dev docs. Let me take a guess, and that is push. Array push. Yeah, okay. Push. I have to be careful here. The original thing is called particle. If I wanted to pull it out of here and call it a different name, I always get these backwards. Would I put it colon and then new name? Particle info? Or is it the other way around? Like, would I... Yeah. Because if I did that, it doesn't know it. Right, okay. So, we'll say particle. We're going to make a new particle. So, let particle equals... we're going to pull stuff from the info. What do I need from it? The path... Well, yeah, I need the path, right? Path is particle info.path. And then what else do I want? Duration. And then we should get the time. So like the start time is date.now. And then I just need the sprite. So we're going to make a sprite for this. So sprite. Let sprite equals, and then reflect sprite added has the code I need for this. Here it is. Add the sprite, set the texture, set the origin. I don't care about the depth or the label or anything else, right? I just need these And I need the X in pixels, so this stuff. Right, so this stuff goes here, and this goes away. And then this X is particle, where is it? I guess we'll put it at the first path point, right? So let's extract that out. Let path is particle info.path. So then this can just be path, and then actually that can be const as well. I don't mean to modify it. Const. If the camera location shifts, we'll have to shift the particle as well, won't we? Yes. Okay. Mosaic windows? Which mosaic windows? You mean that I have windows on top of windows? Let's see. Path equals particle info path. I want to get the first point in the path. So does it start? Is path 0? And this is hold on. It's an array of objects. So that's an array. So this is an object which has X and Y. Yeah, so start dot. Add the center of the stage, turn it into tile coordinates and pick the center. This'll work. The tile set is particle info. Okay, so we need to break this out, right? Because these names are particular. Sprite is sprite. Tile set is this tile set. That's that dot tile. All right. So that'll add it. So then they'll start accumulating. So I need to do the path. Well, what do I do next? So I just leave this as is and they'll just accumulate. How do I see that? I don't have access to that, so I can't see it. But I can log it here. Console.log stage particles. So we should see they're accumulating as I sit. So there's 1 in there. Now there's 2. Now there's 3. Okay, good. Enough. Enough! So on phaser update, we want to move it around, right? So we'll do, let's form the new particles. Are the particles that we're keeping, right? And then we'll do some stuff, and at the end, stage.particles is particles. So, or do I want to do a filter? Or no, we want to do a for each, right? Stage particles for each. Particle info. Do some stuff, right? I think minimally, let's remove particles that should be expired. So if, well, let's get the current time. Do I have it? It's time. Yes. This only works now because the server's time and the client's time are pretty much in sync, but really this is the time that's no, this is the time on the client side. So wasn't there like No, it's just duration. Okay, so we're good. Because back here, I stored the, right, okay, I stored the current time there, right. This phasor update, I'm assuming it's giving me the same kind of time. Let me check. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what kind of times these are passing in. Oh, but there's last time. That's what we should use instead of time now. We should do that. So that we're in the same time base. So that if time is greater than particle info dot start plus particle info dot duration, then we're removing it, right? So essentially it's less than or equal, we're doing something. And when the minimum thing we'll do is particles push particle info. So actually that means we should see them. Let me put this console log back in here. Added particle. And then down here we'll write that we removed it. Removed particle. Let's do this differently. Let's do it down here. Let me do a const num particles before is stage particles length. And I'll say if that's not equal to what it is now, then we remove some particles. Could you have a big array and just delete stuff when it's filled, because deleting and making a new array every time might be costly? Well, what's more costly, constructing a new array or removing things from an array, like mutating the array? I don't know. Undefined. That's because I misspelled it. I don't know which one's more costly: mutating an array to remove things, or making a new array every update. I don't need to see this one. I need to see the other one. Reload console. We could look at the performance here, right? What was the key for that? Like escape and then performance monitor. So the CPU isn't any more than am used to seeing it around this level, like 5 to 8%. So actually, I don't think that reconstructing that array every phasor update is a big deal. I see the particles collecting here, though. We're not actually destroying them. And we're not drawing them either. Interesting how when I mouse over, the CPU goes way up. That's just my pointer moves, right? I wonder if I'm doing something expensive in on pointer move. Look at that, goes up to 27%. Okay, anyway, I think we're okay. I just want to see that these, yeah, it goes down to empty. Is it going down to empty every time? Oh, because they're not being added very frequently. We should up the rate so that they're added a lot, right? I think we're good though. So they're being added and removed. I just need to move them now. So to move them would be to calculate the Bezier curve, right? You know what would be cool is if JavaScript had a built-in Bezier calculation. What do you think? Is that something that I could probably find? JavaScript Bezier curve calculator. Yes. This is just teaching it though, right? Let's actually looks kind of like a cool way to learn it. But I'm looking for, like, is there a library that does it for me? Bezier.js. Ah, there we go. So where do I get it? Download library here. They don't have it on NPM? It's old school, require. Ugh. Oh no, they have NPM. I don't know, how much do we trust? Let's look up Bezier.js on NPM. NPM. Bezier.js. Okay. This old school way of using it, though, I don't really like. Okay, how would I use it? Oh, I see. It's just new Bezier, and then I have to actually say quadratic from points. Or just like to work with any order. You know what? I'm just going to make it myself. I was going to make it myself off of the Wikipedia article anyway, right? This stuff, and then the recursive definition. So let's just do it. So we will do... I think what I'll do is I'll have it... The Bezier computation function take the points and then take the bounds. That would make sense. Actually, do I need both bounds? I do. So I need 2 bounds. Okay. So where do we store these coordinates? It goes back into computing the tile, right? So, I mean, computing the sprite's coordinates from the actual point. So it's this computation here. Only, well, if it's floating point, it should still work, right? Yeah, it should still work. And then I would, what, set, how do we move? What's reflect sprite move do? Where is it actually? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's just setting sprite X and Y. Okay, fine. In fact, I can just copy this exactly down to here. So if the sprite is particle info.sprite, right? So we just need to get compute X and Y. So well, can we get both of them out? How do you return 2 things from JavaScript? Would it be an array? It would be like const x, y equals Bezier, compute Bezier. We're going to make a utility called compute Bezier, and then we'll give it the path. Thanks for the follow. And then the bounds. So it would, for outermost would be 0 and the length minus 1, right? Of the path? Yes. And we need to know the n, the argument. So so that would be well, let's just compute that separately, I guess. So const n is the time minus the start divided by the duration, right? Time minus start divided by the duration. We want a quantity from 0 to 1 to fit into this equation, right? Because that's what you're supposed to do. Where do they say that? Well, they call it t. Maybe we should call it t for consistency, right? T t. Where do they say? Oh, here he goes. T goes from 0 to 1. That's what that says. Okay, so let's put this somewhere. Let's just start it off in utilities, since that sounds good to me. We'll make it in utilities. And I am trying to keep this alphabetically sorted, so that would go up here with the A's, right? Actually, these aren't sorted at all. I'll fix that some other time. Export function, compute Bezier. And back here to where we use it. Right here. Okay, so it's path. Okay, path. And then we're going to call these variables like n to m or something. And then t. Trying to think how mathematicians, when there's a range, it's usually like from n to m, right? I don't know. So it's the recursive definition is if it's 0 to 0, then it's just the first point. So, well, in general, doesn't that mean that if n equals m, then return path n, right? Otherwise, it's recursive, so it depends on the t. So it's else return, and so it's 1 minus t times compute Bezier path, and then n to m minus 1 t, right? That's the this is the linear interpolation. So it's between that and this, which is t times compute Bezier path n plus 1 to m, right? I'm saying right a lot because if I'm wrong, I'm sure someone in chat would tell me. You can have a big array and just delete stuff when it's filled, because deleting... Okay, we already read that. May I ask why I'm using Visual Studio Code and not normal Visual Studio? Sure. There are a couple of reasons. I have a command to go over it, but yeah, basically it's when I'm working on my MacBook or when I'm on Linux, it's convenient to have the same user experience. So I wanted an editor that behaves and acts and works the same on all three operating systems. And the other reason is it's just very flexible. I have all the extensions that I need for all the tools that I use, like CMake and the test stuff that goes with Google Test, and I got Hex Dump Editor if I need it. Got understanding of JavaScript, Lua, C++, any language you could ask for. So it's just been a nice experience, I guess. If I was in Visual Studio, then when I go to my MacBook, I'd have to, there'd be an adjustment because I'd have to use something else like Xcode or Sublime or something. Do you actually use Toggler? I haven't used it enough, Toulouse. I installed it because it's something Adam uses a lot. It's made by Hideo. I like both of those guys. I just haven't gotten into a good habit, so I don't even know actually how to use Toggler. There's a button you have to hit to do it, right? Control R or Alt R. Okay, let me see if I can demonstrate this. So if I did Monday and I did Alt R, can I find toggle? Oh, I have to add custom toggles. Okay, but if I had X toggles to Y, right? And then what would be another common toggle? There. If I misspelled there. Toggle. No. You would think that common spelling mistakes would be built into Toggler. The idea with Toggler is you could quickly toggle between, like true and false, right? So I'm just hitting one key and it's turning true into false. That's one thing Toggler does. I just don't use it enough. I'm just not used to it. Maybe I should be awarding people points whenever I am missing the opportunity to use Toggler. Someone should say Toggler in chat, and I'd be like, oh yeah, I should use it now. Does it know between 1 minus t and t? It doesn't. So I could add custom toggles like t becomes 1 minus t if I used it a lot, right? I think that's all I need for my Bezier. So it ends up reducing the leaf nodes are just extracting those points from the path, right? Otherwise it's doing a lerp between two, either 2 points or 2 sub-Beziers. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Once I compute these coordinates, I need to return them. Actually, the way I'm returning it is not right, is it? This, I can't do this, it has to do it for each coordinate, doesn't it? This won't work. Bookmark that. How did I call it? Okay, so each one has an X and a Y in it, right? So I have to do something like return. Actually, this one's fine. This one, though, I have to do it for both coordinates, don't I? So it has to return an array where that's the X coordinate and that's the Y coordinate. Oh no, X coordinate for both. And oh, and I have to pull out the names, don't I? So dot X and path n dot Y as an array, like that. So that's the X coordinate, and then the Y coordinate. Just because I like to do this, we'll just leave them all commas, and then that's Y. Yeah. Free taco. You bought some tacos, you were 50 cents short. Taco lady said, no problem, gave you an extra taco. Oh, nice. God bless taco ladies. I agree. We should all celebrate by spamming taco in chat. I think that is appropriate use of the taco emoji. Okay. So, assuming I'm calculating that correctly, this gets me the X and Y, and then we put it into the equation, and it'll work, right? I don't see it working, though. Oh, when they expire, we should remove them. Probably a lot of dead particles, right? So, what do we do for reflect sprite removed? Destroy, okay. So that's particle info sprite destroy. I don't see them traveling their little paths, so I did something wrong, obviously. Yep, it's not working. Thank you for all the tacos in chat. Should you only call that compute Bezier function once you're just using the XY from it? Well, it's recursive, right? And I am doing it for the particle if it's in flight. Am I not thinking about this correctly? It pushes it back into the new list to store there. I did something wrong because they're not flying around. There's another place you return some data where you split it. You mean inside of compute Bezier? They're both returning. So this is just returning 1 point. Well, I guess we can just debug it. Let me not debug it right at the start. We'll say if t is greater than 0.5, debugger it. I want to see it in mid-flight. Sound good? So turn on this, and we'll wait until one gets launched mid-flight. Okay, it's never hitting that, so something's obviously wrong. What if I just debugger everywhere? Here. It's not getting into this, maybe? I don't need this one anymore. What's going on here? If stage particles length is greater than 0, debugger. It's not launching particles anymore. There we go. So We have a particle in flight. It's got a duration. It's got a start time. Oh. The start time is in milliseconds, not seconds. I think I know what I did wrong then. I was assuming it was seconds again. And you know what they say about assume, right? It makes an ass out of you and me. In your recursion, you use the return value as an object while you return. I thought it was returning an array. Yeah, it's returning an array, right? With two numbers in it, x and y. And then I pull them out that way. This is, what do they call it? Object or array destructuring. It looks kind of funny, I know. So the problem is that this duration and start are not in the right units. So start is milliseconds. Say it's duration, then it's a problem, right? When I store this duration, I need to multiply by 1,000. Try again. I still have the debugger for mid-flight. Oh, I have that one in there too. Let's remove that one. I'm going to guess that I can actually get it mid-flight now, but I'm not sure. Use the same function twice for the x and y. Well, the function computes x and y separately, yeah. Okay, here we go. So it's mid-flight. I didn't actually see it flying, though. Okay, that's weird. It was just bouncing around a lot. X and y are not in numbers. That's not good. So compute Bezier is wrong. What's my path? The path has x and y's in it. The time is a nice integer. So there's something wrong with my compute Bezier. Oh, it's not defined. Okay. Did I not import and export it right? Wait a minute. It wouldn't it have crashed? Okay, that would show up on the console if so. I think the debugger's just doesn't understand. I think it is defined. It's just returning not a numbers. So it's something in my compute Bezier. Let's just have it go. And then we'll... Can I... What is black? What is this stuff? I don't understand. Can I step into that? No, it doesn't. Okay. I have to guess. I guess I have to put a breakpoint in compute Bezier. Because I don't know how to use this damn debugger. Okay, let's just put a breakpoint in there. Debugger. Reload. Just mean that those could be extracted out to a variable, then referenced as var x and y. Okay. Oh, you're right. I do it twice. Oh yeah, okay. I'll give you a point for that. That's a little performance problem that I just doubled the performance it takes, right? And what are we seeing? N is 0, M is 2. So it's going to go enter it again. Oh, and is this the bug that you guys were trying to tell me about? Yeah, Saint Lucifer. I think this might be the one thing you're trying to tell me about. So I'll give you both points for that. It's not X and Y, is it? Yeah, I just need to... That code is just a mess. Let's do these separately, right? So const... what do we name these things? What do they name it in the article? They don't actually give it a name. They just say pair of corresponding points in two Bezier curves of degree n-1. So what do we call it? I'm going to call it Bob and Phil. Bob and Phil. Because I can, right? And I get frustrated when I can't come up with names for things. So, actually, take that back. We'll call it Bob X, Bob Y. And Phil X and Phil Y. Someone's going to look at my code and say, what the heck is he thinking with Bob and Phil? So this is Bob X and Bob Y. And this is Phil X and Phil Y. Right? So, I mean, I don't need these. Well, I'll keep them on separate lines so that it's obvious that we're doing a lerp between those two, right? Oh, yeah. You are correct. Well, hold on. I can fix that. In one cruel stroke. I'm just, you know, it's just my evil plan to give you opportunities to get points. All right. What did I get from that? Remove the debugger, I guess. Try again. Oh, I left a debugger in when it gets reached. Oh, actually, I saw it there. You see it? Oh, they're bouncing around. They're always bouncing down. Oh, there's one that bounced up. That looked cool. Now I just need to draw a special sprite for it. And what, maybe have it persist at the end for a while? Why would I do that? Have more, another control point at the end, or more control points? West Philly, born and raised, where he spent most of his days. Yeah, exactly. You don't like the casing? I'm sorry. Philly. Okay, well, what would better names be? How about Alpha and Beta? There. In fact, let's just say A and B. And then not use uppercase at all. There. Now it won't be so offensive. AXAY, BXBY. Beta, Omega, Lull. I don't think that they're arcing high enough. So that's in the lava system, right? To arc higher, let's call this arc height. Let's make it 6. And let's make the... Where did I compute the range? Oh, it was right here. Let's make that a constant as well. What do we want to call it? Range? Let's have it go up to 2 squares away. Alright, so this is just to change to the game system. Lava. Submit. Now we should see that lava shooting way higher. Nice. I think it needs to be more frequent. More lavas. A period, let's say between 0.05 or 0.25. Is that going to be too ridiculous? Now I'm just having fun. Uh-oh. Random. Okay, it doesn't like non-integers. I need to look this up. How do you do non-integers in Lua? Or random? random. Okay, so to do float, I got to do it without arguments. Okay, and it's not including 1, so it would be where I do period, it's just random, times period 2 minus period 1 plus period 1, right? Since that's how we scale it from 1 to the width of the period distribution, and then add the lower, right? Where is... oh, it's in that same window here. Edit. Paste. Should have more frequent lava. Doesn't seem any more frequent to me. I'm not getting errors. I think it's this, the upper range is too high. How about 2? There we go. In fact, let's make it, let's just go, let's go all out ridiculous. 0.75. It's gonna be some energetic lava. There we go. And this should work if I move off screen. Nice. So some of them are still appearing on screen. Cool. So we had the particle effect done. If I really wanted to, I could just make a graphic, which is just like a little spark thing. Well, do I have it so the admin can see that? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Admin camera can see it too. Thanks for the follow. I'm trying to understand, Toulouse. You're saying if I put the admin in the area, you can see the change without having to swap windows. Oh, well, I don't know why I was using my normal account to see that. I didn't need to. I need him because later we're going to do particle effects for when you get hit. Actually, then I need the hit graphic, don't I? Hey there. How do you say your name? Nuacho? How are you doing? I just added a particle effect to my game. It has no real effect in the game logic. It's just we're using it as an example, and I didn't have the graphic for a spark, but I had the idea. Well, we'll just have little arcs of lava that just jump out. They look like they don't go very far horizontally, do they? Maybe that's okay. It's really just a test. So what I want to use it for now is when we're in combat with these NPCs, like if I go attack this guy, every time one of us gets hit, I wanted to show a little like burst on the character showing it getting hit. So I'm gonna do that next. That means I need to get some artwork for this. I don't think I actually have artwork ready for it yet. So I might have to do some drawing. Not that one. The other tiles. Tile? Where are they? This one. This is the original tile set my brother and I drew up years ago. I don't think I have... Oh, I had this. This was basically just copy. This is what hits look like in Ultima 4 or something like that. But I think it looks kind of dumb. Should I just use it though? I can use it and then draw something better later. Just use this as is. So where do I want to put that? Make a new tile set maybe? Particles? Sure, why not? New let's have room for a few of them. And actually let's make it so we can have alternates too. Let's just make it 128 by 128. Why not? Put that one up there. And actually, while I'm at it, this blue one was supposed to represent like getting hit by magic or something, I think. Put it next to it, and then keep hitting the wrong key there. I want to find like there was one for a missile, I thought. I think it was just this one. Kind of lame, but I'll work on it. And how about one for lava? I guess I can do some real drawing. Yeah, let's put it off to the right here. Like a little sparky thing. And then like glowing around it. Maybe too bright. I'm looking at it down there in the preview. It doesn't look quite well. Maybe it's okay. My idea is to have alternate tiles there. It would change in mid-sequence. So I have a copy down here. And then like actually let's make the 4 copies right away. And then like adjust some of them so that there's a little bit of animation effect. I have no idea what this is going to I mean, I have a little bit of an idea about what this will do, but I'm not sure if it'll work. So like go in here and change some of this a little bit, like shift it around a bit. And then a little bit more. Just randomize this a little bit. Oops. And then a little bit here. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm not that much of an artist. So just a little spark that like changes a bit in midair. That's what I'm aiming for. Okay, should I do something with the hit thing? Maybe make it so it's not so, like maybe spiky or something would be better. I should remove the background at some point, but not yet maybe. Let me turn this more into like, I'm getting at like something like that. And then I can erase these sections here. Eraser. Oh, wait a minute. If I do the magic wand select and just delete, that'll work. There we go. What's magic wand select? W. Delete. It's not shaped right. I am not an artist. Let me tell you that. But yeah, my thought was maybe a few more frames of that below. and then change it up a bit. That's how you draw in a nutshell, yeah? You could tint the sprite red or white for a moment. Except in MS Paint. Well, yeah, Ace Sprite is just like one level up from MS Paint. Let's just have it spin a little. Whoops, I don't want to mark that center dot. Maybe I just want to redraw it every frame from scratch around that center. And the background is on an unfortunate color, so let me change that. That was here, right? It was background. Not so gray. Let me give it a little bit of a tint so I can see the difference. Yeah. Is that too annoying? That might be annoying. Let me pick a different, let's go the other way. Into the blue range. There we go. Just so that I can see that it's blue. All right. Draw that color. I just draw different spikes every frame. It should just look like it's flashing. Something's flashing, right? That's what I'm aiming at. All right. It's Raimu art time. It's horribly drawn programmer art. You see, my strategy, I think, is draw horrible art, show it to my daughter, who's a great artist, and she'll say, "Oh, wow, Dad, that sucks. How about I draw you something better?" I'm like... So just draw it awfully, and then basically it's like a challenge. It's like, well, can you do better? And she'll be like, yeah, of course I can do better than that. I'm like, okay, sounds good to me. Deleted. I don't know, what do you think? Is that a good strategy? To get a kid to do art for you? It's just draw it horribly, and then it's like, they'll say, I can do much better than that. I just need something right now. I mostly care about the functionality, and I'll figure out how to do the art later. I'll either have to learn it myself, or I'll get someone else to do it, pay someone, I don't know. I just find it hard. I'm not a very creative person. One more of this pain, and then I'll be done. It's not too bad. I really don't. These almost look like flowers instead of like impact hits. It also makes me think of the old Batman, right? Pow, zap, and all that. But literally the Ultima 3, 4 hits were just like red circles with a dot in them. I'm pretty sure. They didn't bother with anything more elaborate. And I think they rely more on sound effects. Okay, let's go with this. So I have my little lava spark particle. That'll sort of, and it'll shift through these 4 frames as we're drawing it. Oh, I haven't done the actual animation of particles, haven't I? It moves, but it doesn't shift phase, does it? Yeah. I'll have to do that in a bit. Okay, this looks kind of weird. Let me fix that up. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. That just looks weird. Ugh, this looks horrible. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. It looks bad, but it doesn't look that bad. Actually, it kind of does look bad. So that's what my daughter would say, probably. It doesn't look that bad, Daddy. Actually, it does look bad. Okay, I don't want to mess with that too much. I'll let a real artist work on it later. Okay. You turn into a sea star. It's gonna it's gonna be flashing very quickly, is what it's gonna do. Okay, let's save this. Assets, we'll call it particles. And then let me export as ping to the public folder. particles, export, and then that should get picked up by the front end right away, actually. I just need to add a tile set for it. Oh, and we're going to run into this bug. Maybe it's time to fix this bug with the tile set stuff. So particles dot.ping. It's going to crash right away. It'll crash when I type something in here, won't it? The access doesn't matter. Add. Actually, so far so good. Okay, now it's not crashing. So maybe it's something with those old tile sets. That's the problem. I want 4 frames. And let's set the animation rate very quick. Like 50 milliseconds for each one. Look at that. Actually, the top thing doesn't animate very well. It looks like a wiggling squid or something, doesn't it? I can't zoom in and then move the focus, can I? Oh well, you just have to use your imagination if you can't see that little guy animating. Let's add 2 will be the lava thing. This one, this one, this one, and this one, and also 50. Update. That looks weird. It looks like it's only picking 2 frames. I wonder if it's just too fast. What if I do 100 for each one? Okay, that looks better. I think maybe these are too small. Yeah, that looks better. It depends on the phaser's update rate, right? So if it's more than... It would have to be 20 hertz or faster to actually give enough time to show these long enough. All right, so let's change the particle to 7615.2 for the lava. Did I not put a constant for... Oh, I didn't. So this is lava. This is spark or particles. We'll call it spark tile set and spark tile. And while I'm at it, let me fix the duration too. Spark duration. I could also have the duration be variable where it's sometimes faster, sometimes slower, couldn't I? I think I'll keep it constant though. So local spark duration is 0.5, local spark tile set is 7615. Local spark tile is 2. Spark, or I mean a lava paste. There we go. Now we got real sparks. It's looking more and more like what we have in Minecraft, right? Only a little bit more frequent. Anyway, let's do the combat one. That should be just the same kind of feedback. In fact, you know what I should do is have this be a utility. Looks good, yeah? You like it? Toulouse is an expert on Minecraft. Just saying, right? Toulouse thinks it's okay, then it's okay with me. Getting there, right? All right. Utilities. What are we going to call this? Like fire particle or something? Fire! Or launch or something. Launch particle. I think I'll just have these variables be spelled out here. It's a tile set, tile duration. I want to reorder them though. Let's put zone first, path second, duration third, tile set, and tile last. Zone, path, duration, tile set tile. So we just need to echo them. It's key value, right? This I can do the JSON array part. Actually, I did this before too, right? Where I can get rid of this overhead. Where did I do that? I think I did it here. Yeah, this kind of a thing. So I can say this is a path list, and what this is path chords, and I pairs path. Do path list is JSON object, and it's x equals path chords 1, y is path chords 2. So basically, putting this boilerplate out of it, and then it's array path list. Cool. And then here we just say launch particle zone. It was path, right? So path is, let's new line this. Path is an array without all this boilerplate in it. So these all go away. These x's go away. Actually, then it's just origin, right? Just origin? Yeah, it's just origin, midpoint, control, destination. Yeah. That's perfect. That's actually what I was aiming for, right? To make it readable. And then duration is spark duration. Tile set in tile. There, see, we're now we don't need to refactor because we just did it. So first, let me update utilities. And then let me update the lava. And that should not break. Didn't break. You see immediate results if it would break, right? There's some things like it's going through the walls. You know, I don't really care about that stuff. If I did care, it would be more work, right? We have to see if it intersects something that's considered a boundary in the game. I guess we would do that on the server side. We would pick a destination which is not beyond a boundary. Anyway, we're going to reuse this launch particle now when someone gets hit. So first we'll do it on the enemies first, I think. Attack. If they get hit right here, launch particle. The zone will be the zone that we're in. So where are we? I don't know where we are. We're not. The no position is given. Does combat know where we are? Combat does have the position, so I can pass the position to the attack. Which, I guess down here. And then attack gets a position right there. And then the zone is position's Z coordinate. So combat won't work in the default zone, but that's okay. We're obsoleting that zone. Control point. It's just going to be the position of the NPC. In fact, that's what I want this position to be. The position of the NPC, not the player. Okay, so I don't want pause. I want like the adjusted position. So I should probably just put that into another local. Well, let's do it up here where it makes sense. NPC position. X, Y, well, X equals X, Y equals Y, Z equals position Z. I could actually pass that to find NPC and then get it as one variable, but I guess I don't need to. Yeah. All right, let's just do this. And then it's just not even going to be an interpolation at all. It's just a position. Oh, it needs to be a sequence with X and Y, right? So that's what this expects. So I should say X equals position 1, Y equals position 2. Okay, how long? To make this constant, so a hit duration tile set and tile. I'd say like a half second, right? Hit tile set, and unfortunately I gotta hard code these again. We're copying from Lava, I think. Only changing the names to protect the innocent. Hit. It's tile 1, right? Okay. Let's try this out. Got that backwards for launch particle should be position X and Y. X is 1 and Y is 2, right? Okay, see there, Phantasmics. Oh, less frequent. Yeah, I wanted it to be frequent to test. Yeah, definitely. Expecting an array, not an object. Well, it's an array with one object in it. Right? And then launch particles, each thing in it is expected to be an array. It's ending up putting it back into X and Y anyway. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're right. I had it backwards. Yeah, okay, you guys are right. Deleuze is right. It should be position dot X, position dot Y. Still, it's a sequence, right? And 1 point, and that sequence is 1 point, and then that's an array of those points. Okay, that's attack. Edit, attack, and then I needed to update combat to pass in the NPC's position. All right, let's give it a try. Okay, the depth was wrong. I saw the effect there, but it's underneath him. So I really should have it show up on top. Particles should show on top of everything, right? So let's go to where I draw them. And I don't think I'm setting the depth at all. That's one problem, right? Reflect particle. Yes. Sprite. Set depth. And then I have depth things here. Let's do depth particle. Where to put it? I suppose we can just put it, well, underneath pop-ups. Let's put it here. 5, 6, 7. That's how you set the depth, right? Yes. All right. Reload, please. Attack. I'm not hitting anything. I'm not hitting. He's hitting me. There, I got some hits on him. I should have a black background on it. I think it's the duration's too long also. I'm not hitting him. Okay, I hit him once there. And yeah, the animation sequence isn't being done. Also the graphics, I think I needed to have a black border around it. It doesn't stand out enough. Did I close Aseprite already? Watch that again. I think I need to have a border around these guys. We can do that with, can I do more than one at a time? Let's see. Oh, I can. Cool. And I just want to, what's the marquee? M. Take that out. Then draw black border. Close enough. Fine tune this thing. Zip. Zoink. Right, 2 more down here. I didn't do them. Magic wand it. Marquee, remove the inside there. And then, oh, that's not exactly what I wanted. Wand, right click would, okay, that, Oh, do I have to shift click? Yeah, shift click. There we go. All right. Modify, expand 1, border 1. Just make it really huge. There we go. The awesome Raimu art. Something therapeutic about doing this art, though. Like, it doesn't require the same brain cells, and so it kind of calms me down a little bit to have to draw these little pixels. Do. Different brain cell usage is important, yes. Well, thanks, Yambali. There. Pixel, this is definitely pixel art, isn't it? Drawing a border around a glyph, or a thingy. I'm not going to worry about those 2 guys yet. Need obvious mistakes? Not really. Save. Export. Yes, done. I'm dead. Oh, I got him. Okay, that stands out a bit more. Oh, I died because I stood there while he was hitting me. Let me add the reciprocal thing at the end of this. Launch a particle, a hit particle. You know, we can move these hits also out to constants. And they're no longer local. As long as I update constants. Constants, where are you? Here you are. And then, whoops. It is pixel art, but you're not scaling the sprites in the game so that the pixels become noticeably visible. Yeah, I need to think about that. I'm doing 32 by 32 without scaling. We might end up just scaling it, like go down to 24 by 24, but then scale it by 2 to make it look more obviously pixel art, and then increase the size a little bit, because I've noticed when people full screen this thing, the game, like, world view is so small compared to the rest of the interface. It could also be, we could scale it depending on how big you make the window, or what device you're on, right? Or it might be something you can adjust in the settings, so you can scale it. But then, yeah, I'd probably want to go down to 24 by 24 pixels, wouldn't I? Because 32 by 32 with this 18 by 20, we can't really, if I scale it by 2, it looks like that, and it's already really too big, right? If I made it 24 by 24, it would be back to a manageable size again. Scaling by a non-integer factor gives it this weird look too, so I want to avoid that. So yeah, the dimensions, the tile sizes, that's not so hard to change later. That's why I kind of don't want to get too invested in the art yet, because if I have someone do a whole bunch of 32 by 32 tiles, and then I go back and say, oh, well, sorry, now it's 24 by 24, they'd be like, ugh, I need to go back and like scale all my art down. I don't know if that's something that an artist would hate, but I would imagine so. Okay, I removed those locals. All right, so put this back into attack. Yeah, I want to write a tool that when it detects changes here, it would just auto load them. Maybe something in Python I could do that. I could do that, yeah. That's an idea. Let me write this idea down. Idea. Python tool that runs while I'm working. Runs in the background. Connected as admin to the local or production game. Auto-loading scripts as they're updated on disk. Then I wouldn't have to manually copy things around. Okay, this attack where we launch the particle, I want to do the same thing when we get retaliated against. NPC retaliation, here we go. So when we get hit, there we go, perfect. Launch particle. And the position will be our position, which is what? Target position. Perfect. NPC retaliation is ready to go. Edit. Paste. Okay. Now when I get hit, this should be a hit marker on me. I'm not seeing it. It's not working. I screwed up. Screwed it up somehow. I'm not seeing it appear on me, so I must have screwed it up. 32 by 30 is quite big for pixel style. Scaling by 3 gives a typical pixel style look. So, would I go even smaller, like down to 16 by 16 or even smaller? Making it smaller would be easier on me if I did the art, because I found that when the stage is larger, I get intimidated by having to draw a lot of pixels. But maybe, I don't know, I've also heard that it can be more challenging when the stage is smaller. Be careful auto-loading to production since it will rely on you to save files. Yeah, I could do something like, I would have to hit a button or something, right? I agree, Toulouse. Okay, what did I do wrong here? I'm thinking this target position is not right. Get player if position. Oh, it's treated like a list. So it's target position 3. So this is just target position then. And it'll ignore the Z coordinate, right? And then I don't have the auto loader. I was just thinking, I'm like, that'd be a nice idea. I guess it's there now. Nope. Got to do it manually. All right, now, someone hit me. Oh, I'm getting hit. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. And I'm dead. Okay, that's working. I like it. I can see now when I hit them and when they hit me. I just can't hear anything. That's the second part of today. And I only have 40 minutes to do it. Well, let's check this in. This is adding particles, lava, and hit markers. Checking all this in together, I guess. Yep. Let's just do it. Add particles to the game. add sparks that generate from a test. Well, add lava system to test the particle system, showing sparks that generate from an area with lava. Okay, and this was add hit marks when players or NPCs are hit in combat. Commit. Used to Pico 8, which is 8 by 8 tiles. That's unusually small. 16 by 16 would be fine. Okay. Also to get out of the starting town? Not yet. So once you're there, you're kind of in there or in the sewers. I'd have to actually make a world outside of it. And more, I'll be working more on that on Monday. Monday is game content. So yeah, right now, not much here. There's the void outside the world beyond this gate. Oh, Clue. Who's Clue? We'll unmask them. Anybody chatting in game? Oh, we saw a hi from Potato Soup. All right. Just was checking that really quick. Okay. So we're on sound effects now, aren't we? I need to figure out how to play sounds in Phaser. Maybe I should make some sounds. This is the embarrassing part of the stream. Do I have this set up? Oh, click that goal. Yeah, okay, I have this. Nope. Let's see. Can I actually record? Test, 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 test. I think it's working. I can play it back now. You guys can't hear that. Why not? Is it routing? It's probably routing it to the wrong device. Oh, I think I had this set up on purpose to route it to the different device. That was... I'm kind of weird in that I use Goldwave instead of... what is it most people use? You heard me say it the first time, but you don't hear it when I play it now. Yeah, I don't see it show up on my OBS. I can't remember the name of the program. Audacity, there you go. Yeah. Goldwave, like, I've been using it for decades, literally, and I started using Audacity, and I never really liked it. Although Goldwave doesn't work with more than 2 channels, but that's good. We're still working with 2 channels, so Goldwave is fine. Yeah, it's the playback device. Yeah, we don't want aux input. We want input. Test, 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 test. I think it's working. There we go. So you should have heard that. Let's make some recordings here. I'm gonna do a hit. Ready? Ready for some embarrassing sound recordings? Okay, there we go. End of embarrassing sound recordings. I wanted to get some of these that sound good, like sound like someone's getting struck. Let's see what they sound like to me. Ooh, I like that one. That one sounded really good. Oh, how do I test with... I like that one a lot. What do you guys think? Is that loud enough, by the way? I like that one a lot. Let's isolate this one and make a new file. Where's the trim button? Trim. Let me, what's the level thing? It's just been a while since I used this. One of these is to auto level. I think it's this one. And then cut out the, I think you want to start right away but let it trail off, right? Trim. Okay, I like that. Let's save that. And I'm just guessing now that I want to I want to save it as PCM, but I might probably want to encode it as OGG. I don't know what Phaser accepts, so let me just find where my project is in the save as. Projects. I don't actually know where to store these. So would I put it under public? I guess I would. So player console public, or no, let's put it under assets. So we'll call it hit dash 0. Could be a touch louder. Yeah. So I'm gonna max volume all of these. So when you hear it, I have it 12 dB down from the way I hear it, because that's how I set my OBS up. So there's one, and I closed the right one. Okay, cool. Let me listen to the other ones. Play. What's play from here? Is that T? H. Oh, I like that one. It's like you're getting hit by a stick or something. I like that one. Or electricity, yeah. Copy. Really, I just want to have like, I don't know, 3 to 4, 5, and it would pick them at random. You don't want to hear the same sound over and over again. It sounds fake when you hear the same exact sound. So I've noticed Minecraft does the same thing too. They don't just have one chicken sound. They have like 5. And then which sound the chicken actually makes, it just picks at random one of those 5. And they'll also do a pitch shift, so that sometimes it's a little bit higher pitch, sometimes it's a little bit lower. I don't know if it depends if Phaser supports that or not. New. Paste, trim, maximize, and play. All right, save that as hit1. We're doing sound effects right now if you're just joining. You missed the embarrassing part where I was actually recording these. So hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. Before this, we were working on adding particle effects, so I've added them. So now when we're in combat now, whoever is getting hit has a little marker to show that they're getting hit. And I also added, just to play around with it, I added these little sparks to this lava area. So the second part of today is working on sound effects to add to this. Yeah, you didn't see it, but I made them all with my own body. Mostly with my mouth, but I had some where I clapped. Hey there, Mr. Sir. By the way, I always like to shout out people. CM Griffing is the one who's working on this overlay. There are a lot of chat overlays out there, but this one called Stream Parrot that I'm helping to test, it has a cool feature where you can go and configure your own emotes to replace the ones from Twitch, or make your own emotes that show up in the overlay. And these days he's working on the marketing website for it. So basically I'm Bobby McFerrin. I don't know who Bobby McFerrin is. What's a JSFXR link? Oh, is that someone else has made other effects? What is this? Are these like free sound effects that we could use? Oh, that's neat. Ah, I like this. What's the licensing on it? Is it completely free? Hoping it is. There's no about. Let me give you some points for that. I think that deserves 2 points. How come my bot is not responding? Ping. Oh, it's there. How come the points didn't work then? Oh, is it point and not points? Oh no, I have to reverse it. There we go. I forget my own commands. Oh, Toulouse, that was something that I think we asked Chris about. That is maybe a future feature that he was going to put in, but I'll let him talk about it. All right, this is cool. I'll use this later, but I already made even cooler ones myself. Let's listen. I need a third hit sound. This could almost be a miss. So that's a good miss sound. Like whiff. Are those all the ones where I recorded? So I only really got 2 good takes out of that then. Maybe this one. What if I take this one and slow it down? Take this one. And slow it down somewhat. Oh, that was the wrong one. Copy. Is this the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Copy, file new, paste, trim, play. Okay. What if I slowed this down a bit? How it's the slow one? Not pan. Effect Doppler? Is that what I want? Slow down. Slower. Oh, I see. It's we can control the ratio like this. Too low. Maybe. So trim that a little bit. Trim, maximize it. I don't love it, but I just need some samples for now. So this will be hit 2 wave. All right. Yeah, it'd be nice to give people some control over that, what they can do with that overlay, right? Do you not have points? Oh, just do points, Malin. I think to see the points by name, you have to be a mod, so I can do it. You don't have any points. I can give you one for trying, though. There you go. I think the first point ought to be, like, easy to get. So even saying hello, you should get a point. So, hi. Yeah, what the points are about for my channel are that once I actually have game content, for example, maybe you can change your appearance in the game by cashing a certain number of points. So there are people that have helped out a lot, like Toulouse has 57 points. So let's say at 50 points, maybe you get to change your appearance to look like whatever you want. And before that, you're kind of stuck with maybe 1 or 2 things. So that kind of thing, or maybe you cash it in for in-game currency or something like that. Can you have a point? You're new here. Yeah, you can't get me on that one. You have too many points. I'm just looking at your account now. No. Okay, now I need to figure out how to play sounds. I have 25 minutes before I have to go. I guess I'm going back to the phaser.io. Back to the drawing board. Learn. Yes, let's learn. Learn by example. Where are the examples? Examples. Not under learn, it's under examples, of course. Audio. What do I want? Just web? What's the difference between web audio and HTML5 audio? Maybe not audio. Is there like sound effects? Display, events, physics. I have a feeling that it's a minority of what Phaser does. And it's all, because the only thing that matches is audio. Okay, what does this do? I just want to play a small sample. I don't want a whole musical track. Is that audio sprite? Is that what we're trying to do? What does this do? Oh, that's exactly what I want. Ooh, that was annoying. This is probably what I want then, right? Okay, so it's audio sprite. Okay, looks like you can load alternative formats, and there's some kind of mixed down thing. It's always been an afterthought on the web, so web-based frameworks usually punted on it. Yeah, that's one. So one of the reasons I went with Phaser is because Pixie didn't have audio at all, and at least this had something. Why does it say disable web audio true? I don't know the difference between web audio and HTML5 audio, unfortunately. Probably this is to force, that was in there to force it to be HTML5 audio. So I probably don't need to do that. So I just need to look up audio sprite, I guess. I'll keep that example in another window and look up audio sprite in the API docs. Where would I find this game object audio sprite? I don't see it. So I can look at loader plugin, right? Loader plugin. And it should have a audio sprite, right? Audio sprite. Add the JSON-based audio sprite or array of audio sprites to the... Actually, that might be what I want because I want to have like alternative. I want to load the sounds together and pick one, right? You can call this method from preload. Okay, audio sprites are a combination of audio files and JSON config. Follows the format created by this, whatever this is. I guess we're going there. Okay. What does it look like? Oh, here we go. So there's resources, sprite map. Okay. I guess these are just alternate formats of the same sound. Okay, so I would have resources with a list of my different encodings. Sprite map would have a key and then a start, end, and loop false. Okay, I guess we can do that. OGG is not supported by Safari. Okay. That's why they have alternative formats. So I probably want OGG and MP3, I guess, or maybe just MP3. So I don't know. I don't know what browser supports what encodings, but obviously I want to compress it. Just try MP3. Okay, this we don't need. Actually, that was my original takes. I probably shouldn't have closed that without saving. Oh well, I'll have to re-record them. Or I can take them from my own VOD. MP3 is supported everywhere. That's cool. Yeah, I forgot to save my original takes. You know, that's okay. I recorded that in, what, 20 seconds? I can do it again. Hit one, let's save as, changing it to, I guess I can show this. Saving it as, MP3, save. Save as. Actually, MP3 save. And then, oh, wait a minute. I saved that as the wrong one. That's hit 1, isn't it? This one's hit 2. Save, overwrite. Okay, do they still sound okay? They should. All right. And how big are they? Did it not save in? It saved it under assets, didn't it? Okay, so they're reasonably small. How big are the pings, actually? These, actually, I should move these. Okay, so each sound is like the size of one of the medium to large sized tile sets that I have. Alright, so let me see if I can make... Where would I make this? I guess it would be public, right, also? I'd probably eventually want to make a tool or get a tool that does this. New file. We're following this syntax, so hit dot, let's just save this km JSON, save as public hit.json. It'd be better off just listing what they do support, yeah. Yeah, what does Opera Mini support? Not much, huh? Okay, so it expects one big object with resources in which we only have a hit. Oh, I have to, each one is one sound. Oh, unless I put them together. That's maybe what I want to do, actually. So I'm guessing these starts are in seconds. So I can go back here and, well, let's just do a new one. And take that. And then hit 1. Paste it at, let's pick, well, silence doesn't add anything to, doesn't add much to it, right? So if I do it right at 0.2, can I actually adjust this to exactly 0.2? I can get pretty close. And then paste. And then 0.4. Let's go to 0.5 actually. So let me undo that and put it out to 0.3. Paste, and then, oh, did I get the right one? Well, let's see. What do I have? Okay, then number 2 is this one. Cool. All right. So here we'll go out to 0.6. Copy, paste, play it all. Nice. All right, and then I'll just end it at 0.9. How do I set? Is it right-click, set finish marker? Yes. Okay, 0.9 is the end of this track. Trim and save as, I want the original, so call it hit.wave. Then I'm going to save it as MP3. Save. Okay. That actually makes more sense because if I add more takes, I would just add it on to the end. So this would be a hit.mp3. All right, and then sprite map is an object with names. So I guess what I had in mind here is each of these would be like numbers. So 0, 1 and 2, right? So this is start at 0. And 2 digits, right? End is 0.3. So maybe it's just 1 digit. Hold on. Yeah. Yes. Okay. And then loop. I'm assuming we want false for all of them. Okay, so 0, 1, and 2, right? Starts 0.3 to 0.6, 0.6 to 0.9, and we're done. So if I understand this right, I can then load this in, and it's still, why does it still need the names though? If the JSON files includes a resource, then you can let Phaser parse it and load them automatically. Okay, so it's just that then. Files not, okay, so I know that. We've done this loading before, so let me just hack it in to see if it works. Hack it. What this says I haven't saved it. Oh, I forgot to hit save on that one. That didn't make it in to here. Attack. Well, thanks for the follow. All right, we're gonna hack it in. So that's back in stage.js, and there's a bunch of Phaser load. Here it is, preload. Right, so we were preloading. I forgot I was preloading the background, but we had. Interesting. Do I still have that background in here? I do. Interesting. So this background is actually, I forgot about this. We're loading it for backwards compatibility. It's not going to actually load correctly though, because I haven't touched this in forever. Yeah, I remember manually doing this one. Yeah, this only has like 8 tiles in it. Yeah, okay, anyway, this is where I would do it if I was just hacking. So that's what I'm going to do. Stage scene load dot set, what is it, audio sprite hit dot json, and let's see what happens. We hit the debugger for some reason. What? What the heck? Where are we? Where the heck are we? Let's just reload. Let's pin that to the right and reload. Okay, so there's some kind of exception, and I don't know why. I'm gonna guess it's this thing, so let me comment it out, just to sanity check. That's not something else broken, and reload. What the heck? I know. Okay, so there's something wrong in this. Maybe this audio, am I not doing the right kind of load? Load audio sprite. That's what I'm doing, right? Load audio sprite. Hit JSON. It's possible it's not there. No, that's there. So what's the exception? I don't know. This one. Save. Weird. What can I figure out from here? The area you provided does not contain a stack trace. We're in some kind of anonymous context. What is N? Unable to decode audio data. There we go. It can't decode the audio data. Hit.mp3. Oh, because it's not there. Oh, because when I hit save, it put it in the asset folder. Move .assets hit.mp3 to here. Okay, let's try again. Dock on the right, reload. Oh, it loaded. Don't know if it worked though. It says it's using web audio. I actually need to have it play something. So let me just hack it to something. Let's have it hacked to a key press, because that's easiest for me. That's key down. Which key do I want? Spacebar? You started kinda a new fab at work. Instead of sending an fad. Instead of sending an email basically saying what the F, you posted an email that said interrobang, and now you have everyone doing it. I see. That's an awful error handling for the audio file missing. Yeah, that it didn't tell me. It should tell me something like could not load hit.mp3. Instead it said no stack trace, and I had to dig down and it said can't decode audio, and that gave me a hint. So yeah, everyone's using interrobang, but are you using the correct interrobang Unicode emoji? This one. You gotta do that one. That's the interrobang Unicode character. Key down. I think we want to do space if it's not an input. So at this point right here. Yes, this exact point here. If e.keycode equals this dot space. We're going to do our little sound effect. So how do we do the sound effect? Back to this screen I go. Not that one. This one. The examples. What did it do? Play audio sprite. And then the key. And then the sprite. This dot sound dot play audio sprite. Okay. So that, for me, instead of it being this, it's stage, right? Stage dot sound dot play audio sprite hit, and then we'll pick at random one of the three names. Let's just put in one for now. Let's see what that does. We hit an exception. Type error, cannot read property, audio sprite of undefined. Stage has no sound. Oh, it's stage.scene. That's where I put phaser. It's the scene. You never heard of interrobang? Yeah, interrobang. I know a streamer who uses that an incredible amount. The interrobang, it's a Pyroshade. He uses this all over the place. Often spelled question mark exclamation or exclamation question mark, but a lot of times they're drawn right on top of each other. It combines a question and an interrogative. So basically it's like, what the heck? You should use interrobang, right? Because it's both a question and an exclamation. Yeah. You call that a hat? You're dying? What are those? How old is it? 1962. All right. So it's not that old language-wise. And is it not formally adopted? Okay, it was proposed, but is it considered part of the language now? Blah blah blah. I guess if you use it enough, then it stays in use. Oh yeah, there's for Spanish you could invert it, the inverted interrobang. Yeah, it's quite the thing. Older than dirt if it's 1960s. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Oh, I think it worked. It's very loud though. So how do I change the scaling? I need to know that. How do you set this the volume on an audio sprite? I wonder if that's a parameter to play audio sprite. Let's find it. I'm surprised it's not a game object. I don't see audio sprite in here. So, and it's accessed. through sound. So maybe there's a sound thing here. Under classes, phaser, sound. Here we go. Which one is it though? I don't know. So let's just follow the trail. We get it from the scene. So if I go to scene and look up sound, what is sound? Sound is the base sound manager. Fine. And then this will have the play audio sprite. Okay, and there's a config. That's good. Oh, there we go. So we have a volume. So I could, in an object, I could set the volume. Ooh, they even support playback rate. That's cool. So if I really wanted to, in fact, I'm going to do it. I'm going to say that actually, well, how do you do the 1 key? Is it 1? Huh, okay. Let's do 1, 2, 3. 2 and 3. I have a feeling that these won't work, but we'll see. So here, what did it say I could do? Volume. Let's set the volume to like be 0.25 and the rate is default 1. Okay. Let's play with the speed. So let's try it at 0.75 and 1.25. See if that works. Oh, look, I got my own sound effects now. Okay, that's awesome. I can change the playback rate, so we can use that to make alternates to the sound effect. And let me now let's use the same rate. But change which sound we're using. Let me verify I got that right. Nice. There's a separate detune. This is sweet. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to use audio libraries in my last job that did not support this playback rate. Detune. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is way better than I'm used to. So I am very happy. I'm happy enough to have volume control, to tell you the truth. That it has stuff like the playback rate and the loop and all that. Well, there's even a delay, a start delay. That's cool. So I can use that so where if we have a missile being fired and it takes a quarter second, we could actually have it trigger the sound effect right away, but have it with a delay so that it sounds right when it impacts. I like it. Ship it, huh? Well, I might have to because I have 2 minutes left. How much can I stretch today? Hold on, let me look at my off-screen, my off-camera schedule, how much I can stretch today's stream, because I want to get the sound effects in. It'd be super cool if I get it in. I can stretch it by an hour. Yes. So I can go 5 hours today. Do you guys mind if I stream another hour? No, not a 24-hour stream. I know someone who's about to do one, though, in another 2 weeks. Tim Bidet is going to do a 24-hour stream. I probably would only be able to do a 24-hour stream if it was on the weekend. And not this month or next month, because I've got a lot of stuff going on. So if I did a 24-hour stream, it would probably be in like September or October on a weekend. That's what it would have to be, I think. All right, so let me get this in as another event. I don't need to actually do any back-end work, do I? I just need to have it do a trigger. Oh, wait a minute. No, I do. Because it's the rendering system that does it, right? But it's mostly the same thing as a particle, right? Actually, you know what I could do? Is a particle could be an audio event. Yeah, why don't we do that? That way I can use the existing system. And we know the path could be reused to be the audio source, so we can use that to compute the volume. Yeah, all right. The other thing is, would you want to hear the sound effects from other people getting hit around you? I guess that makes sense, right? All right, we'll just do it. All right, so we'll use the particle events, the particle system, and I'll do it where if it doesn't have a tile set in a tile, then it is won't draw it. So that goes back here then, right? Yeah. Reflect particle. Exactly. So if it has a tile set, then we'll treat it as a visual particle. Otherwise, we'll treat it as audio. Well, let's just do it this way. If it has a tile, that's probably the best. If it has a tile, then do this stuff. Actually, we can reuse sprite too, can't we? It's just that I need to indicate what type it is. So let's have let type equal null. And here type is... Yep, passing the 4-hour mark. We're gonna get it done. Okay, so this is what do we call this thing? Their names themselves that they use are kind of inconsistent. They have sprite and audio sprite. It should be like visual sprite or graphic sprite, shouldn't it? Actually, if it's audio, it's toss and forget, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, we want to change the volume. Oh, that reminds me. There's a bug. There's going to be a bug here if I move while a sprite is in flight. It's kind of hard to see, but the sprite doesn't actually shift with the rest of the... If I go back and forth here... See that? See how the sprite didn't move when it should? It ended up way over here when it should have been shifted. The sprite shift doesn't shift any particles in motion. You know, I'm going to put that on the list to just fix later. Bug. Sprite shift. I typed a naughty word by accident. Sprite shift does not shift particles in flight. Particles in flight. I put all particles in a container and just move the container. Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. Move AX. Well, hold on. Then when I add new particles, I have to offset the container's position, don't I? I'll give you a point anyway. I like that idea. Maybe I can work with that. Then I don't have to iterate if I shift. I just have to, when I add a new particle, I have to account for the container's offset, wherever that happens to be. Yeah, I'll work on that. Okay, I just need to know that it is... Yeah, if it's audio, do we just toss and forget it for now? So then make this a little bit simpler. Is audio. False. Else if particle info dot sound. Actually, let's just be consistent with the names. Is sound. And then this will store is sound. Okay. And then when I use staged particles, I want to ignore the ones that are sounds. Right, so if... Well, let's flip it around. Then I don't have to use reverse. I don't need that anymore. Is visual. Here. Then I don't have to use negative logic in the other place. Okay, I don't know what I want to do there yet. Here, if particle info.isVisual, then do all this stuff. We still keep it around. And do we need to we don't need to destroy it. Do I need to destroy it if it's audio? Am I leaking it now by not? What do we get back for play sound? Play audio. Okay, what do we get back? Oh, it doesn't return anything. It will destroy it. How do I get a handle back to it? Yeah, what if I wanted to get a handle to it to adjust its volume? Would that be something else? Not play audio sprite? Maybe play. Okay, how do I get one that has a reference? Would it be add? Oh, add audio sprite. Here we go. No, that adds it to the manager. So what does it play? No, that's what we were just looking at. How do you get one with the reference? So it is add then? New sound instance. Oh, and then what do I have to call play on it? I'm guessing I have to call play. Okay, so yeah, let's test that first. Well, I need to finish what I was working on here. Let's assume that this does work, and so I would want to destroy it at the end regardless, right? So, yes. So that's good. So then back here... Wait a minute. Reflect particle, right? If it's a sound, then we want to make sprite... Oh, wait a minute. I have to do the let sprite here because we put it in here. So that's just sprite. Sprite equals stage scene audio add, right? Clown of Fire should give you a point for helping me guide me in the right direction there. Meme clear bombs. You only have one? Shouldn't we give you a point about the taco thing? No. I think you already got your free taco. Let me bookmark that. So where did I do audio before? Oh, actually it was just there. Play audio. So yeah, let's just use... How will I know how many hit sounds there are? They're just hard-coded for now. Okay, I'm doing the syntax right? It's add a key config, and then I get back the sprite, and I have to say play. Let me actually try this back. It'll leak, but that's okay. We can try it back here. All right, let's just see let's see what it does. Can't parse on 1268. Why can't it parse? Oh, because there's no equals after let. Found it here, Phaser 3 site audio. Is that what I was just looking at? Oh, okay. This is kind of the same. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, well, I'll give you a point for that. Put that in my notebook. There we go. Let's take your entire thing there. Hey there, Romania. I'm trying really hard to pronounce it correctly, Romania. It's going all right. Guess what? I got glyphs and sound effects. And can't read property add of undefined y. I have a syntax error there. It's sound, not audio, right? Or is it sound dot audio? Hold on. Sound dot add. Sound dot add. There we go. Oh, it plays all of them. Oh, so, wait a minute. That ignored this argument and played the entire one, not just a sprite out of it. Okay, so I would have to, what? Would it be, it's not part of this config, is it? It would be add audio sprite, wouldn't it? It's playing the entire track instead of just the sprites from it. Nope, that wasn't it. It's just still playing all three of them. So what did I do? What do I do wrong here? Is it the response, like the thing I get back? Beatmaster. Yeah, I did. I recorded it myself. Is there a play once or anything? Yeah, that's part of the sound config, the loop. But so I guess there's a difference between a sound and a sprite. So this play audio sprite takes a sprite name. This add audio sprite doesn't take a sprite name. So I don't understand that. Unless it's some, like, the thing I get back, I have to pick a sprite? Weird. Okay, let me look at those examples again. Do sprite. That's to load it. Play it. Oh, I do play marker name. I got it. Okay. Got it. Play the marker name. Got it. That makes sense. Okay, cool. So that means, where's my marker? There's my one marker. Okay, this we don't need to worry about. It's here I need to worry about. It's add audio sprite for sound. And this goes there. Okay, almost there. So now I just have to emit a sound particle. And I can put this in the particle info, right? Should I hard code the volume for now and figure this out later? I think I will, because I'm running out of time. But I will make it look pretty. So what I'll do later is figure out like which marker to play from, so the alternate, but I will encode which sound to play in the particle. Later I'll also want to encode like the volume. The volume will be, no, the volume should be computed by the distance from the center, shouldn't it? But I'll do that later. Gonna have a UI item to toggle sound on and off? Yes. I gotta do that too. I don't have time to do that today, but I wanted to add a whole section of your settings so that you can control the volume overall and mute and unmute and that kind of thing. Because if I just put in audio now, people who hate audio are just gonna riot. Okay, so the idea of holding onto the sprite is that we might want to adjust the volume if you move, or while it travels its arc, actually. You could have it get loud as it passes you and then quiet as it leaves you. Anyway, we need to actually have the game logic to generate the hit sound now. So that is back in... Let's do it in PTC retaliation first. So that's literally launching 2 particles, isn't it? And this particle... Let's actually make another helper. We'll call it play sound. And it'll be like launch particle. And I just noticed... Oh, no, this is JS. I'm like, that's Pascal case, or camel case, not snake case. It's because I have 2 utilities, one in Lua and one not. Okay, there we go. So this should be play sound, right? Or should I call it launch sound? Launch sound sounds weird. Let's do play sound. Play sound. Zone, path, duration's all... Well, duration doesn't matter, does it? No, it does matter because that's when the sound should be destroyed or should stop. Time for nanotransactions. Oh yeah. You want to turn down the volume? Just 1 penny. That was in anyone have a link to that? To Adam's nanotransactions clip? Someone's got to have it. I'll give you a point if you happen to have the link to Adam's nanotransaction video. Okay, we don't want a tile set in tile. We want sound, right? Yeah. So this is sound equals sound. Oh, there you go. Romania hates got the point. Yeah, I love all of Adam's videos, and that one's one of his April Fool's ones, right? Yep, April 1st, 2018. Okay, so sound, duration, zone, path, everything is good. So play, sound, zone, path, duration, and then this is just hit sound, right? It's that hit sound. Constants. Hit sound equals hit. All right, so I need that in constants. Right, no, that's not it. Which window am I? I have too many windows open. This one. Constants. And then utilities. Utilities. And then NPC retaliation. NPC retaliation. Okay, now if I get hit, it's gonna make sounds. Oh, oh, it's working. It's working. All right, let's put it on my side. When I hit, I wanna let's just hard code the other hit sound when I hit. So that will be oh, wait a minute. It'll just be a sound, yeah, fine. Position dot z. That's actually just these. Yeah, just that. And then paste in as attack. Edit. Submit. All right. Now when I hit, it's working. I turned down the volume so it doesn't annoy you too much, but you should hear how loud is that? Like 25 dB down. Sound effects when either side hits. Okay, I didn't do animating particles. Okay, let me just list down the things I didn't get to today. Loose ends. Visual particles do not animate. Sound effects do not select between alternative samples. Sound effect volumes are not set according to distance. From distance to source. And then sound effect volumes are not adjusted as particle moves along its path. So what else did I miss? Ow. It actually sounds like there really is combat now. Trading blows. Ow! Killed. I should have another sound effect when you die, like... Argh! Remember like in the Gauntlet game? Each character would have its own samples of when they die. Like Wizard would go... Elf would go... when he got hit. So yeah, they would make different sounds when they got hit, and they would make a really long wail when they died. Start recording. But I'm out of time. This is a lot of progress since I didn't have any of this this morning. Cool. Wizard needs food badly, exactly. Wizard is about to die. Remember, don't shoot the food. Remember, don't shoot food. Okay, I like my little lava particles a lot. I need to figure out how to make the game system efficiently locate lava so it just does that automatically, not hard code that. Oh, I should put that on the list, right? Lava system needs a way to find lava so we don't have to hard code origins. Also, it should probably be each lava tile has a chance to spawn a particle, not that the particle system makes one particle and then stops. So a lava system ought to give every lava tile a chance to spawn a particle. Also, a lava system need not spawn particles if there's no one there. I'm right near. You know, like if a tree falls in the forest, is anyone here? Well, in my game, the tree doesn't actually fall. It just starts out on the ground if you didn't see it fall. You're just gonna say that? Yeah? Yeah, it would be silly to spawn a particle if there's no camera that would see it, right? Particle being ephemeral, there's no effect other than visual and sound, so we would just, for efficiency, we wouldn't do it. Also, I need to do this at some point. These NPCs, when I'm not here to see them moving around, there's no need for them to be moving around. At most, we could have them just jump randomly when the first player enters the zone, right? If there's no players in the zone, we should just, for efficiency, not even process those NPCs at all. Yeah, I don't know, Cthulhu. Every night I go to make sure that it works the way I think it does. Okay. I had great fun today. I hope you guys did too. I need to have a death sound, don't I? Some kind of wail, like... So I'll be back on Monday, and Monday will be about more game content. So what I'll probably try to do is fix some of the bugs that I know about and then push this into production and then use some of these new features and sound effects and stuff and actually put them into the game on Monday. I think that's going to be the plan for Monday. I know it wasn't an extra hour. It was an extra 24 minutes though. I was giving myself up to an hour to finish that work. I should just check it in though before I go, right? Half the time I forget to do this, and I'm like, after the stream, I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot to check it into Git. Yeah, so the original the assets and then the actual sounds. Yep. So this is adding sound effects. Add hit sound effects and sound particle system, or sound particle handling. All right. And some people might ask, why do you check in binary files like WAV files into Git? I figure since they're not that big, and they are like, you know, assets, I need to track them somehow. As long as they're not too big, I don't mind putting them into Git. So I think all these are in Git. Even that font is. Yeah, so that hit track is the biggest one. Technically, I don't need these anymore, right? Because we assembled them all to one track. I can probably remove these now. And how big was the MP3? 22K? This is actually the biggest one of the biggest assets, right? The only thing bigger are the fonts. Anyway. These are all good to go, right? All right, cool. I'm gonna go raid someone. I'll leave this screen on so you can admire the lava particle effects while I pick someone to raid. Look at that, isn't that cool? The only thing I'm missing is little pop noises when they get ejected out of the lava. Yeah, thanks for watching, Cthulhu, and Clown of Fire, and Nui, and Romania, and Mr. Cercium Griffing, Meme Clear Bombs, Toulouse, and Threnine, and MoveAX, and everyone else who's been here. Let's go see who's still streaming. Who could be streaming when it's this hot? I don't know, crazy people. Yep, I'll be back on Monday. The stream panel below should have for your local time zone when I'm streaming next. For me, it's 10 o'clock a.m. on Monday. Let's see. It's the same people. We all have the same schedules. Like the same people I get to pick from. Maybe today we will go visit O'Bother. Oh, he's framing the new subboard. Interesting. Okay, I'm watching an ad right now. Host Tyler 1, best League of Legends player ever and most toxic? I don't know. That doesn't seem compatible with my stream. Meme Clear Bombs, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for an ad to finish, but yeah, I think I'm going to be rating O'Bother. So he's a maker. It's interesting. He is working on a lot of different hardware and sometimes programming. He's got a laser-powered subboard. So if you sub to his channel, you get your name burned into a block of wood with a laser. It looks like he's making the new board for that. Framing the new subboard. Sub to get your name lasered on the other subboard. Okay. Let's set this up. Oh, I hit the button. Danger. Danger. We are raiding. Okay, so hope you guys have an awesome weekend. I hope to see you on Monday. Bye.